conference. And I wanted to welcome you in the name of our organizers, which is the NABLA Student Research Group, the QBIT Student Research Group, and of course the Wrocław University of Science and Technology that made it all possible. The first thing first, we want to really say a heartwarm welcome to you all, and also thank you to our patrons and sponsors and partners that made this conference possible. So the first thing first, we wish to thank you, the University of Science and Technology, and specifically the Faculty of Fundamental Problems of Technology, which is our alma mater of most of the organizers, as well as we wanted to really thank you, the Polish Physical Society, for being the patron of our event and providing us support. I also wanted to thank you, the International Association of Physics Students, that helped us to promote this event between the students from other countries. It's of course it's the international conference, and without the IAP's help, it would be very hard to reach all of you. And I also wanted to thank our partners, our corporate partners, which is the SoftServe company and O'Reilly company. Just a quick reminder about our schedule for today. Right in a minute, we'll go straight to the lecture of Professor Dr. Ralph Metzler. And next on, we'll have two more special guests. And in the evening, I wanted to invite you all for social icebreakers. It's an open invitation to all of the participants, and then we'll have a chance to get to know each other a bit. But for now, I wanted to introduce to you Professor Ralph Metzler. Right now, he's a professor of theoretical physics at the University of Potsdam, but during his academic life, he saw quite a lot of universities and in different cities, because he was also a postdoc at Tel Aviv and MIT, and was working in Munich, in Nordic Institute for Theoretical Physics, and basically all over the world. And right now, he came to us to present us a talk about non-equilibrium processes in small and heterogeneous systems. And that's basically all from me for now. And I wanted to say once again, welcome to you all. Thank you, Professor, for bringing this talk to us. And I'll give the voice to you now.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of this. First time I went to a student talk, I was a postdoc myself, that was at Harvard. There was a tradition of the lunchtime seminars where the PhD students could invite, speakers. The difference was there was real food and people were for real. So this is a little bit different right now. Funny enough, next week, I'm exactly at your university for a few days. So if some of you have questions, you can send me an email. We can, meet for a chat or whatever. But right now, let me share my screen. And I made a little bit of a change in my what I want to talk to you about, because I saw that later in the week, my good friend Igor Sokolov is also giving a talk. And I think we have a little overlap. That overlap also comes because I know Igor since '95, probably the year of birth of some of you. And we've been friends ever since and collaborate a lot. So, okay. What I want to tell you about is a bit of the history of diffusion. Is something that is not typically taught in many universities. So for instance, our students, they only see equilibrium statistical physics and thermodynamics. And only, in special classes, they see things like non-equilibrium. So I want to introduce a bit of the history to you, and then come to this big question, why on earth should the Gaussian distribution be an alien? Why don't we see it in many systems? Because that's kind of what we're trained to embrace with the central limit theorem, law of large numbers, the Gaussian is pretty present in statistical physics, but I can show you that heterogeneities can destroy the convergence. Let me start with this old man. This is Robert Brown, who discovered the Brownian motion, was named after him afterwards. And he found that in pollen grains, there were small granules. These pollen grains exploded when he put them in water. And then there were small particles that were fuzzing around. He called them molecules, and asked himself the question, is it because they're from a plant and they're alive? But then, you know, he had physics friends and he debated, and then he found out that if he crushed all kinds of rocks, granite, whatever, here you can see in the quotation, even a fragment of the Sphinx crushed under the microscope, and he saw the same fuzzing around. There's no real number, there's no graph in the paper, but if you have time, you can read it in 20 minutes. It's beautiful reading. I can really recommend it. Which reminds me, if you send me an email afterwards, I gladly send you a link where you can download the slides. Okay, good. So this is one of the beautiful stories where actually theorists, applied mathematicians, theoretical physicists came first. So they heard these rumors about Brownian's experiments, and of course there were a few experiments in between, but the whole wave got triggered by theoretical physicists. And the most famous one here, of course, is Einstein. You all know Marian Smoluchowski, who was in Lviv and in Krakow and many other places, and Vienna, of course. And then there's a third guy who published almost the same time with those two. This is an Australian, William Sutherland, but his work went essentially unnoticed. But nowadays, these three are acknowledged with putting up this kind of probabilistic approach to diffusion, having kind of random walk ideas. We'll come back to that. And then there was this Frenchman, this guy, Paul Langevin, and he came with a completely different idea. We will see a Langevin equation afterwards. So his idea was to use Newton's second law, coming from mechanics, and then trying to find a way to phrase all the bombardment by the surrounding water molecules, combine them into an effective force. Nowadays, we call it a stochastic force. And it's one of the fundamentals of non-equilibrium statistical physics now. So this is down to Langevin and his very, very short paper that's very difficult to understand, but he left a very big mark. So these guys were the theorists, and once they published their works, in come the experimentalists. Before I show you the experimentalists, let me quickly show you two things. One is a quotation from a very influential book by Paul Lévy, a mathematician. He invented all these Lévy-stable laws. Maybe you heard about them when you have power law asymptotics. And it's like the central limit theorem that gives you the convergence to a Gaussian. His generalizations, when you have random variables where the variance is infinite, they converge to his kind of laws. So there's a generalized central limit theorem mathematically. But his big thing was working on diffusion. And he wrote this beautiful book, Processus stochastique et mouvement brownien, which was never translated. It's a pity. In my translation, what he writes there is a very important sentence for us now. The stochastic process that we will call linear Brownian motion is a schematization that well represents the real properties of Brownian motion, observable on a sufficiently small but not infinitely small scale, and which assumes that the process exists across the scales. So that's the most important thing. If we were looking at Brownian motion in extreme detail, it would not follow the laws that I'm going to talk to you about. There, you would see that it's a particle with a mass, okay? And that's actually captured by the full Langevin equation, but not by the Brownian motion picture we have. And then the second thing is it's actually a self-similar process. So when you zoom in, it looks statistically the same as if you look at the bigger picture. Anyway, so in the words of Einstein, Brownian motion, this model we have, it requires three ingredients. One is a finite correlation time. So you have your particle that you observe, and it gets bombarded, it moves around, and after some time it loses its memory to where it came from, which is, you know, embedded in this picture we have, that it's random bombardments, and eventually you will have a decorrelation. And the second is that the displacements are identically distributed. It's a stationary process. These bombardments are the same now and later. And the third one, you have in your displacements a finite second moment. And that's essentially the ingredient we need to get to the Gaussian in the limit of many jumps. And the Gaussian means it's the sum over all the bombardments, over all the displacements, and this sum is then the position of the particle. When you square it, you take the second moment, you get this linear time dependence. That's one of the fundamental laws of Brownian motion. And the second one is that the probability density to find the particle a distance r away in space at time t after you let it go is given by this Gaussian. And d is just a dimension of space. Okay, so these are the two central properties. And if you violate one or more of those three, you either end up with anomalous diffusion, where now you can see that the time dependence changes. We have power law time dependencies, and I will show you examples for that later. And or you might have a non-Gaussian probability density. Good. So here come the experimentalists and their experiments, actually. This is Jean Perrin. He was a giant at his time, and he got the Nobel Prize in 1926. And the Nobel Prize was for his discovery, or for his determination of Avogadro's number. Don't forget, I mean, atomistic theory was not established at that point. People were thinking about it, but it was Perrin's work, and he wrote a book called Les Atomes, the atoms. So he contributed a lot to establishing that theory. He had small particles under a microscope, and he measured these kind of trajectories. And you have these turning points, and each of these turning points are at a 30-second interval. And you see they're very short, and then the particles, they moved out of the focus of the microscope. So the only thing he could do was remembering that there was this statement of the decorrelation, right? So he can assume these intervals to be independent from each other. He shifted all of them to a common origin, and then fitted a Gaussian distribution over it. And the width of the distribution is the diffusion coefficient. I go back quickly for a minute. You see, he measures the PDF, and this inverse time scale that is given by the diffusion coefficient, that's also what describes how efficiently the particles are spreading. Okay, so Einstein and Smoluchowski and Sutherland, they derived that this quantity is proportional to thermal energy, K Boltzmann T, inverse proportional to the mass of the particle and the friction, or the viscosity of the liquid. Rewrite Kb as gas constant, you get Avogadro's number. Now everything can be measured. This is a microscopic measurement giving you K. And then from knowing all the other constants, you can deduce a macroscopic variable, Avogadro's number. And that's essentially what a lot of statistical physics is. We start with microscopic laws like equations of motion, and then we get relationships for macroscopic quantities like the pressure of a gas. And that's one other example where we have really a possibility to measure Avogadro's number. So Perrin got this result here, which, you know, is pretty good for a first experiment. But one of the big disadvantages in his experiments was that the trajectories were short and particles were not fully identical, right? So each had a little bit of a different diffusion coefficient. Even now, when our experimental friends, they buy these little tracer beads, plastic beads from companies, they come with a whole distribution of sizes. They cannot produce them perfectly identical. So there was a second idea, and this was just 6 years afterwards. A Swedish guy, Ivar Nordlund, who's hardly known, and he had the idea of using a moving film plate, of kind of really creating a movie. So here, this is his setup. And you can see here, maybe this is how he's driving from this little motor here. He's driving a film plate. So the film plate moves while the particle is being illuminated by a stroboscope. And this is what you get at the end. So time goes to the right here. And here you see these stroboscopic pictures of a mercury droplet. There is sedimentation. So you have this straight line that is deterministic, that's just gravity. But superimposed on the straight line, you have the Brownian motion of the particle. So now he had enough data points to evaluate a single time series. Evaluate it, get Avogadro's number out from a single experiment, and then average over these afterwards. So this is a new kind of, this is really single particle tracking as people still do it nowadays. And his result for Avogadro's number was so much closer. And then, you know, people just invented ever better experiments. And the best experiment was done by a completely unknown PhD student who came from the little town next to mine in the Black Forest. Small stories. Anyway, so we have these early experiments, and they were great, but of course they were on very rough scales. And now we have completely different tools. I show you two examples. These are supercomputing studies. So you can, I work together with Matti Javanainen in Finland, and you can simulate these very rich, very decorated biological membranes. You can simulate them over timescales of microseconds by now, which is enough to actually even have an overlap with experiments by. This is the big new thing. I mean, there were simulations, of course, long before, but they were always much shorter than what you can see in experiment. And now this gap closed from both sides. And you get terabytes of information out of these, and then you have to get clever and do something with all the information. We'll talk about this. The second thing is experiments have, you know, become a dream. What you see here, this blue cloud is just fantasy. This is roughly the position of the nucleus in a living biological cell. But what you see inside are these little wiggles here. These are actually measured trajectories of the end parts of chromosomes in that nucleus. So this is done in Yuval Garini's lab, and he can measure roughly 20 of these end parts at the same time. He can measure these in millisecond resolution at an accuracy of a few nanometers. This is beautiful. So this is kind of how experiments can be done nowadays. And this always reminds me of a picture that, or a cartoon that people showed when I was a PhD student. And they were all wondering about the following question. Let's assume we measure a complex system. In those days, people were interested in polymer mixtures, in glassy systems, glasses, and they always saw a very complex response. I don't know, nuclear magnetic resonance, all kinds of scattering experiments. You know better than me, you have to learn about all of them. But the question was, is this complex response due to the fact that locally in my material, I have a very well-defined response, but it's a mixture of a heterogeneous medium where every location, the response is a little bit different? Or is even locally the material complex and gives a local response that is as complicated? Of course, people could not address this at that time. And slowly we are getting there trying to answer questions like this. And what we see is, among other things, there's a lot of anomalous diffusion around, so Brownian motion is not everywhere. And of course, when I talk about something like this, when there's power laws, they're never, you know, infinitely long in time. Even Brownian motion is not infinite in time. There's finite system sizes and whatnot. But I will show you examples where you can see something like a power law for a long time. Okay, and then also what we can see when we probe locally, then we also say that, of course, there's fluctuations, and fluctuations are very important in these materials. So I will show you examples when the diffusivity itself is a fluctuating quantity. And maybe I convince you that chemistry is not all boring, because that's what I always thought when I was a student. Let me quickly start with that. I don't spend a lot of time on it, but I just got curious about this a few years ago and want to tell you a few things. Smoluchowski was the only one of those big guys who continued working on diffusion, and he really made a big impact in that field. So in a 1916 paper, 10 years after he started working on this, he published the following result. So assume you have two particles and they're diffusing in a liquid, and when they meet, there's a chemical reaction, okay? So he calculated the inverse time for this to happen, the mean inverse time, and the chemists call it a rate. And it looks pretty simple. There is just a volume angle, there's the diffusivity, either it's one fixed particle and the other one is moving with this constant, or it could be the relative diffusivity of the two, it doesn't matter. And then you have the size of the target. That's it. This is setting you the inverse time scale of this experiment. But now let's go to more modern kind of experiments in our mind. Let's think of a biological cell. A bacteria is very small, it's a micron in size. And you might say, okay, everything mixes beautifully. That's not fully true. I will show you data afterwards. But the main thing is sometimes the concentrations there are tiny. You can have this bacteria cell and there's maybe 5 molecules of the species you're interested in there. There's nanomolar concentrations. We can argue whether this is any concentration anymore because it's essentially nothing smooth anymore. So let's ask the following question. Let's have an experiment. We release 2 particles here and we ask the question, when do they arrive there? Just by diffusion. And so we have 2 arrival times, τ1 and τ2. And then we built this ratio here. And then if both of them were very, very similar, this quantity omega would be concentrated around 1/2, okay? But for all kinds of, I won't even tell you what these processes are. For any process that's diffusive in a finite domain, you will get very broad distributions, which means that one realization is very different from the next. So when we talk about small concentrations, we cannot use these mean times anymore. We need to know more. I show you on the next slide. Before I show you another experiment, these are bacteria cells, they're multiplying, but you can see these little yellow spots, right? And these yellow spots are the production of a single protein in that cell. It's amazing, it's beautiful how this is done. You can also monitor when one of these guys binds somewhere, so one can not follow the protein all the way through the cell yet, they're just too fast, but you can see when some are produced and some impact. So here, let me show you what comes out. And of course, this is what physicists can do. This is a spherical cow. I love this cartoon here. And we use a sphere with a hard boundary. This is our reaction target. And we release a particle here. And then there can be different scenarios. One is, and that's what I call a direct trajectory, when the particle more or less goes straight to the target and reacts immediately. Biochemicals, they are very touchy. They need a real dance until they find the right configuration to bind. So typically they have many, many collisions before they bind. So this is the most fortunate event. It goes straight and it binds immediately. Typically, the particle will first move to the boundary. It will forget about where it came from. It will forget the initial condition. It will bounce into the target, reflect again, and so on. So you already see that there can be quite different timescales. And that's what you see in this result. So this is an almost fully analytic theory. And let's look at the typical curves here. The top curve, this is when there's immediate reaction when the particle meets the target. And you see that there's already many, many timescales involved. And those arrows here, these represent the mean reaction time. And you see it's far out in the shoulder. Of course, it's a log-log plot. So there's not so much probability over here, but I show you how the probability develops. This is 10%, 20%, 30%. So where you have your mean, you already have around 40% of probability that you reacted before. And you might have reacted a long time before. Now think of an experiment. You have, I don't know, 1 million bacteria cells. Happens, right? Go to any hospital or go to your kitchen sink, especially when you're living in student accommodation. I know about this. And you look underneath the plug in the sink, there's loads of bacteria. Do an experiment with them. I don't know, put antibiotics on them or challenge them by temperature, whatever. And then you want to know which is the quickest one to react by any kind of biochemical processes. Of course, it will be those that win and not those over there. So for these kinds of questions, you know, there are many, many timescales to consider. That's the point I wanted to make. Once we decrease the reactivity, maybe this down here is much more realistic for many systems. You see there's even a huge plateau. So here we have an example with realistic coefficients where we have, I don't know, 6, 7 orders of magnitude in time when things can happen. Don't tell me that in such a case you can use a single constant to describe what's going on there. So this is one field where I think we as statistical physicists can really contribute. It's very, very difficult to convince biologists. But slowly, slowly, they actually even hire physicists in biology departments, exactly because they want to understand all these things. They want to become more quantitative. So who knows, when you are getting your jobs afterwards, maybe you will go into a field like this. Good. Final picture on this, very quickly. Here you see examples how inhomogeneously distributed specific proteins can be in a bacteria cell. So don't tell me that everything is nicely mixed in them. That's one of the central assumptions that many people make. It doesn't exist. And I show you this work here that I did with Otto many years ago. And just look here at this time development. This is now a scenario in a bacteria cell, of course, a spherical cow bacteria cell, where we release the particle here. Happens normally. I mean, there's one gene, let's say, that is responsible for producing one kind of protein. And this protein then has to move and find and bind to a second gene and do something with it. So here you see the difference in those red and blue lines when the starting point and target are close by compared to when they're far off. You see that all these bursts, they get washed out when you're further away. So you have this huge variation in local concentration that you lose when the target is further away. So this is consistent with many things people put up in bioinformatics, that cells, you know, evolve in a way that when there's a critical communication between two genes, they are very close by to each other. And the proof is here in a work from an old colleague from MIT. Here you see the typical distance between these communicating genes. And here, this is as if they were, when they were just shuffled randomly. So they're much closer to each other than if they were randomly distributed. Something for you to think about chemistry and all that stuff. I had to take chemistry classes when I was at university. I never really liked them. I need to be quiet. My wife is an experimentalist. She's in the in chemistry. She's in the next room. So yes, I actually found this quite fun working on this the last couple of years. Now, diffusion. It's, if you want the next step, when we talk about how the particle comes from here to its target. And there are many experiments by now, very simple systems where people see the following. Here you have colloids walking on nanotubes. Here's a colloid in a gel. And in many cases, you see that the mean square displacement looks as it should, linear time dependence. But then when people look at the displacement distribution, and that's a log versus ln plot, you see straight lines here. These are exponential tails. And this happens when they compare the position of the particle for one lag time, for a longer lag time, and only for the longest lag time they measure in this experiment, you see a crossover back to a Gaussian. Here in this experiment, it's exponential all the time. For these nematodes, these little worms, it's exponential during all the experimental times. There are more refined experiments by now that are more gradual. This is Yael Reuchmann's experiments from Tel Aviv, and she can put obstacles in an almost two-dimensional liquid, and then she looks at how tracer particles move there. She can change the density of them, she can change the randomness of them, and then measure distributions of the apparent diffusivity. And especially, she sees broad distributions here and non-exponential tails, depending on the experimental details. So it's quite, clean, these experiments. It's not that there's a lot of biology involved or something. So it's really to do with some heterogeneity in the media. The first approach that people use to describe this has a beautiful name. I love the name. It's called superstatistics. And this was coined by Christian Beck in London and Eddie Cohen in New York. And the idea is very simple. Think what I told you about the Perrin experiment. I told you the particles were not exactly the same. So each particle has a bit of a different diffusion coefficient because it's different size, different shape, whatever. So, but each particle itself will have a Gaussian distribution at long times because it's an ergodic process. We come back to ergodicity, I hope. And so at long times, you can measure a Gaussian from a single particle trajectory. So the single particle with its own diffusion coefficient is Gaussian, but then we have a distribution of particle sizes. And this is what is the superstatistic. The Gaussian is one statistical quantity, and now I average over it over another distribution. And then I get a probability density in the ensemble sense that in general will be non-Gaussian. For instance, we can show if P of D is an exponential, you will get an exponential. That's a 1-1 statement. You can have more complicated things, but the most crucial part here, this formulation will never give you a crossover to a Gaussian that we saw in the one experiment. This will always stay non-Gaussian, it's time independent. So can we come up with a better model? And to motivate this, I first show you a computer simulation that we published earlier this year. I'm really happy we discussed it, I think, over 3 years, how to make sense of this. And this is from some friends in Tokyo, especially Eiji Yamamoto. He did all the simulations. So it's one protein, a single protein, just in water. And it has a complex energy landscape. And there are many different holes in this energy landscape. So it has different kind of configurations that are typical. It can be very, very compact. And then it can kind of breathe until it reaches a very, very extended state. And of course, the effective radius in a hydrodynamic sense will be different because of the difference in shape. And so the things we discussed is, and we eventually found that the gyration radius is a good quantity to describe this. This is essentially, it's a typical polymer quantity. So if you have this chain, you start at the center of mass and you look at the variance of the mass distribution. And so the bigger the gyration radius, the more extended the protein. And you see this is as function of time from the simulation. Look at the gray lines. You see here the time local development of the size of the protein. And you see these very big spikes here. This would be this extended configuration. Now we measure locally the mobility of the particle. And these are those gray spikes to the bottom, and you see where the particle is very big, the diffusivity is reduced. So we have this, local evolution, this local fluctuation of the mobility of the particle. And we can actually look at the statistic. Here is the extension, the gyration radius. This is the time local diffusivity, and it can be fitted with this inverse power law, which is essentially, if you must have heard Stokes' law. The mobility of a sphere is proportional to, the mobility is inversely proportional to the radius. And that's essentially what you have here. The only thing we have to do, it's not the bare gyration radius, we have to add the hydro layer around the protein. This is maybe 1 or 2 water layers around the protein that are typically associated with it. So they make it look a bit bigger. But apart from this, it's beautiful. So here I showed you when the size or the shape of the protein is changing, its diffusivity is varying. When you put tracer particles in a biological cell, there's all kinds of gooey stuff that can attach to them and detach. So this also changes the local mobility. There's another scenario, that's a picture from a paper by a friend, Denis Grebenko. And here I always have the problem to find the tracer particle because I'm red-green blind. Here you have a tracer particle, I think. And now it's moving through a gel. And the idea is the gel is very flexible. It's breathing all the time. Now where the particle is, it could either be a bit more extended so the mobility is bigger, or it could be denser and the mobility would be lower. And if this breathing is quick enough, the particle will actually feel this time-dependent diffusivity. And this is what they get from simulations in such kind of a system. Okay, so now I'm motivated to you an equation. Ha, I finally put an equation there. So this is a so-called Langevin equation. I neglected the mass term here. I told you it's derived from Newton's law, but here I neglect the mass term because I'm interested in timescales that are much longer than the friction timescale that will get rid of inertia effects. So this is the motion that's fully driven by the stochastic force. And here we use the so-called white Gaussian noise. So it has a Gaussian distribution, meaning if we don't do anything else, the quantity x will be Gaussian. That's exactly the Brownian motion. So that's the stochastic equation description for the diffusion process. But now I do something else. I put a coefficient here that's time dependent. So here I called it D before I called it K, shouldn't have, sorry for that. It's still the diffusion coefficient. And I assume that itself, it is now a stochastic quantity, meaning it's fluctuating in time. As we had here, it's fluctuating in time. And now I just plug this into an equation. Now, for some reason, there's a lot of arguments, but I want the diffusion coefficient, of course, to be a positive quantity. So I take another quantity y and I square it, so it's always positive. And for y, I use this equation. That's another Langevin equation, but one with a restoring force. This is the first term, it's linear in the coordinates, so it's motion in a harmonic potential. So it's a stationary process, because I want to have a process here which has a characteristic time scale until it reaches an equilibrium. And now see what happens. We can solve this analytically, it's beautiful. The mean square displacement, you don't see a trace of what happens here. When I divide it by time, you see it's a constant. So at short times and long times, it has the same coefficient given by the average over this diffusivity process. Of course, I cheated in the sense that I'm using an equilibrium initial condition. I choose my initial condition from an equilibrium condition. If we don't, we have some more work where we study this. But here, with this equilibrium condition, I have this perfectly linear mean square displacement. But look, the probability density that is dominated also by higher order moments now has these exponential tails. But once I go beyond the characteristic scale here, it relaxes to a Gaussian. And one can see this by looking at higher order moments, but I will not go into details now. Tell me, Joanna, how much time do I have still? I'm completely lost in time.
You have around 10 to 12, I mean, maybe 12, 15 minutes.
Oh, that's
if
not
we want to stick to a couple of questions after your presentation.
So I have to speed up a little. I quickly just skip over many of these. Let me continue here, because so far I rather you get the point I want to make instead of covering all the material. So now there's many systems where the mean square displacement is no longer linear in time, but where we have anomalous diffusion, where we have t to the alpha. And this is one case which is mind-boggling to me. I don't understand the system yet. This is one of these supercomputing studies done by Amanda Diaz in Mike Finney's lab at Imperial. And then we talk to them about how we can make sense of their simulations. Very simple system. Silica, silica, water in between. And then you put a single molecule, a single drug molecule in. And you measure anomalous diffusion, but you also see here, this is the ensemble average mean square displacement. I will not define, it's an ensemble average in the sense you learned it in statistical physics. And this is a time average. What do they teach us or I teach everyone in statistical physics? If you just measure long enough, they should converge to each other. But this only is valid for ergodic systems. In non-ergodic systems like this one, you can even measure pretty long and there's still a difference. And this is due to this statistical behavior of the system. Anyway, this anomalous diffusion is special in the sense that when you look at the velocity-velocity correlation, it becomes negative. A normal random walk starts at 1, and within one time step, it goes down to 0 and stays 0 because it's a Markovian process. It doesn't have any memory. Here, there is memory, and its memory acts in such a way that this negativity means you make one step this way, the next step will be likely the opposite. One of these systems could be a model polymer chain. You put mass points and you connect them with identical harmonic springs. Now imagine this particle now gets a bang from a liquid molecule and it's being pushed to the left. So it tenses this spring and it winds up the other spring to the spring to the other side. The other particles, they have not gotten this bang. So they try to restore the position of this one particle. So each time this particle is pushed, it's being pulled back by the environment. And this travels along the chain and travels back. And this affects such a strange behavior. So the full line here is actually from a model like this, from a Hamiltonian model, where you can derive this anti-persistence in this way. Why this single drug molecule should behave like this, I have no clue. So this is still, I have still a lot of questions here. I just wanted to show you this function here because this is a very typical response in all kinds of dense systems. When you have tracer particles in living cells, when you have tracer particles in polymer melts, and so on. So this is something that's really a signature of these processes. And here we also again have non-Gaussian statistics. So it's quite a remarkable, simple system. Let me just go to something very different, because Igor will tell you more about non-Gaussianity. I want to spend the last few minutes, and you will just cut me off whenever my time is up, when systems are even more strange. So I show you one experiment here. Some of you might have seen him. Diego is a frequent visitor in Wrocław. Diego Krapf, he's normally in Fort Collins in Colorado. And he measured a few years back trajectories like these. So these are small proteins, channels. They are in a membrane of a living cell. And they fuzz around very happily. And then they meet a biochemical center and they get stuck. Eventually, they're released and they move again. And those sticking times, when they're immobilized, they are forming, well, these are experiments. This is as clean as you can get. It's an inverse power law. Let's assume it goes to infinity, which of course in reality it doesn't, but let's assume just for argument's sake. So we have this immobilization distribution. The times go like tau to the -1 minus alpha. Now when alpha is smaller than 1, you try to make the integral to infinity. You can have a cutoff. The zero divergence doesn't matter. You can regularize this, but when you go to infinity, you multiply by tau, you integrate, you see that your power is larger than 0. So the time scale, the typical time scale diverges. Is like when you have a geometric fractal and you zoom in and zoom in and zoom in, and you have the same details on all scales. Here, it's about time scales. There's so many time scales in this process that there's not a single one that dominates. Okay, when you have such a distribution and you draw random waiting times from it, on average, they will get longer and longer. Physically, a scenario could be, this is what happens in amorphous semiconductors, for instance. There you have a very broad distribution of traps, energetic traps. Particle falls in, has to escape. And the longer the particle can search, of course, it will find an ever deeper trap and be trapped even longer. So that's kind of a picture for this system. And then we can calculate. This is a beautiful theory because it's a random walk. There's a lot of things happening since the late 60s. I worked on this stuff with my friend Eli many years back by now, and it's still going on. What you can calculate, your time averaged mean square displacement is a random quantity. Because now when you measure in a single trajectory, you can have one or a few of these very long events that will make this trajectory different from the next. So one can actually show, even in the infinite time limit, there is randomness left in these experiments. And this you can also see in the real in these processes. And this you can see in the real experiment. So this is not a bad student. It's actually the physics of the process. They measure the same system time and again, and the response is very different. This was seen for the first time in blinking quantum dots. They were looking at correlation function in quantum dots, much cleaner system than this. And they couldn't make sense of, this huge gap in between individual measurements until people came up with these kinds of explanations. And especially it's non-ergodic when we calculate the ensemble average mean square displacement. You see the tau to the alpha. In the time average, the lag time, or here the delta to the alpha, it's linear in delta. You only see the alpha in the dependence on the length of your time series. So that's a completely different field of its own. I just wanted to hear about this, because this is not what you typically hear in classical statistical physics. There's quite a bit of stuff in here. Naturally, without any heterogeneity, this is a process that is always non-Gaussian. And one can see effects in other experiments as well. This is experiments done in Maria Garcia Parajo's lab in Barcelona. They see very similar effects, especially what I call aging, when they look at the apparent mobility or diffusion coefficient of the particle as a function of the measurement time, the length of the time series. You see that it is sensitive to the measurement. Only when they chop off all kinds of ends of the protein, it becomes insensitive and stationary. Maybe I skip this quickly and show you this as a last slide. There's another way of creating aging. And this is, for instance, these blinking quantum dots are a particle that is making jumps. Let us release the particle here. So it makes its jumps. Eventually, these times in between the jumps, they grow on average. And for instance, there's beautiful measurements of these blinking quantum dots on, off, and it's getting longer and longer as time progresses. In this time, we let the system evolve, but we start measuring only here. So the probability, if we let the system evolve for some time, is a very high probability that we start measuring the system while it's immobile. And this changes the correlations of your first step afterwards. What did I do? So when you start measuring here, your first jump does not occur with a normal statistic, and this actually propagates in the system. When you calculate for this, the mean square displacement, it looks complicated. For when the measurement time is much shorter than the aging time, it looks like an anomaly. Sorry, when the measurement time is much longer than the aging time, it looks like typical anomalous diffusion. However, when you let the system age long and you do not measure that long, it looks like normal diffusion. All the anomaly is in this prefactory. And one can actually measure these things and verify. For the time average, it looks much simpler. This is a completely different functional behavior, and the time average in this aging experiment, it has the same dependence on delta, on the dynamic variable, as without the aging. It's only a prefactor that comes in. That's quite interesting. And I show you one experiment where you can see it directly, and that's exactly these amorphous semiconductors. And these are recent experiments done by my colleague in Potsdam, Dieter Neher. So they knock out charge carriers, and then they let them diffuse. So they find deep traps already. And then only after some time, they switch on the electrical field to drive them to the counter electrode. So there's screaming kids in the background now. So when you plot it as a log-log plot, without the aging, the old-fashioned experiments, they have one power law followed by another power. But now you have this aging, you let the system find traps before you switch on the driving field, and you can see if you increase, you create this plateau. And from our theory, we can actually calculate this plateau value. And there's no fit parameter here apart from the prefactor, and you see that it perfectly reproduces what is measured in experiment. So there's all kinds of features that are around diffusion. Once you look at even not so complex systems, there's a lot of work still to be done. There's a lot of questions, but I also think a lot of fascinating stuff like this ergodicity, aging, or this non-Gaussianity. I mean, this was kind of boggling my mind for some time, why in extremely simple systems we already see this. Okay, I prepared way too much. If you want to read, there's some popular reading. We have these two Physics Today articles, and you can read about them, about all this ergodicity and whatever things. So what I wanted to show you is maybe a bit of this molecular chemistry could be of interest. There's huge variations in timescales, huge fluctuations in typical times for reactions. And I really think that in these biological systems, chemical rate concepts, they should be driven out by us physicists. We should fight for the new world. And then I was talking to you about the non-Gaussianity, very simple systems where you can see this, with some little bit of a heterogeneity, or for instance, you have particles that move a bit on a surface and then they go to the bulk again, and the mobility changes in that. All this can be enough over a pretty big time window to see pronounced non-Gaussianity. And then I was talking a bit about these time-averaged observables. There's a lot to say about them. I also didn't have time to talk about how you actually analyze these systems nowadays. Of course, this is what you or also my students love doing. These are more like Bayesian analysis, computer-based analysis of data, machine deep learning. So this is also stuff that's going on. We are working on it. Other groups. Again, if you have questions or if you want the slides, write to me. Write to me if you want to meet me in person next week. Show me some pub in Wrocław I don't know yet. And these are all the friends I had the pleasure to work with, and just look at the places. This is what I miss at the moment. I miss traveling, especially long distance. And I hope that soon we'll be able to meet again in person anywhere in the world. Thanks.
Thank you very much for such an interesting lecture right now. And I'm hoping that someone will show you a new pub in Wrocław next week, either one of our students or maybe one of your colleagues, because there's definitely at least one pub that you didn't saw yet. Did you saw 100 Bridges pub? Well,
I did a count of, I checked Wikipedia recently about the difference of number of bridges in Wrocław and Venice, the other city I travel a lot to. Mm-hmm. It's the same order of magnitude, but Venice still wins. Just so.
I see. Yeah. Basically, I thank you once again. We'll come to a couple of minutes of questions right now. And regardless, if you're watching us on YouTube or if you're watching us on Twitch, just write your questions in a comment. and they will get to me, and I will ask them to Professor Metzler. Of course, there will be a bit of a time delay with this process, as I need to find the questions and read them aloud, but I'll keep in touch with the comments. And for now, as we are waiting for the first questions from the general public, basically, I wanted to ask a question that's really not that connected to physics, actually, because I have to say that statistical physics isn't my strong suit. But at the very beginning, when you were describing the history of this whole subject, you were mentioning a lot of French scientists and how they didn't translate their books into English, and how you found the quotes and papers that you found interesting. So my question is, do you speak French?
My French is pretty bad, but you know, reading those books by Lévy are very simple to read. And I also translated a bit of Jean Perrin's article in a review article. So it's good enough for that, and I get my food in France. But this was one of, you know, those places where there were a lot of mathematicians in an applied sense, like Paul Lévy, you know, people who could talk to the physicists, and there was a lot of interaction. And actually, talking about fractals, one of the students that Paul Lévy was teaching, it was not his mentor, his direct mentor, but he influenced him a lot. When we talk about fractals, Mandelbrot, he grew up in that environment, and was really, a lot of his vision was going back to Paul Lévy. And Lévy knew Langevin, and this is how all this stuff came about. And still a very mathematically oriented community. Yes.
All right. So with the amount of mathematics in the articles, the French wasn't that important part of the article itself, as I understand.
Yes.
Okay. Just give me a second so I can check if there are questions on other channels. Not yet. Once again, I welcome you to ask your questions, either now or to write to Professor Metzler later on his email that he provided. And I also have a question that may be a bit silly. As I said, statistical physics isn't exactly my suit, but you mentioned during the super statistics that super statistics allows to include different coefficients for different particles, because each of it is a different size and moves a little differently. So what I'm wondering is, isn't that already included in the Brownian motion idea? Because isn't like the idealized Brownian motion like an average over the fact that every particle is behaving a little bit differently, but you just kind of take the more of a bird view out of it?
Of course, practically, when you measure it, it will not be a perfect random walk that you measure. You could see also in the experiment. But what you require, actually, let's go back to this Einstein. What he needed to be fulfilled for converging. You see that displacements are identically distributed. That means that typically your particle in a given time step moves the same distance. This requires that those particles, if you think in an ensemble sense, are identical. Okay, so on average, you need these identical particles, they have the same mobility. So because if you were having different particles, you would not have a single constant here classifying your Gaussian. So that's it's
all right. So it's simply
not fully as you say. Where do I have to go to get to this equation? Here.
Oh, here.
So here it's really connotating different particles with different sizes or whatever.
I see. Okay, so looking at the time, oh, I have a question. Okay, great. I was just about to call the last chance for questions, and that's exactly when the question appeared, so let's hear it. I would like to thank you for a great presentation. My question, would the part about proteins and diffusivity be applicable to the work on fighting SARS-CoV-2? I have heard that something about rotational diffusivity in this context. However, I am not sure if it is the same thing. I am neither a biologist nor a physicist. So it seems that the question is about how this diffusivity goes with our current predicament of the COVID-19.
This is difficult. And I'm not a specialist either. You see, I forget the names of all the proteins the moment I read them. For me, it's a protein. But I mean, I'm sure that things I was talking about here, they are relevant. You need to have, when the virus comes in, what happens is that it ejects its DNA or RNA, depending on what kind of virus it is, and then this will be worked upon by the machinery in our cells. And for all this, of course, things need to find together, and this is typically by diffusion. This is the same when I don't know, you burn your hand and the repair mechanisms start. This is all governed by diffusion processes. Proteins are being released, and they need to bind there and cause other things. Now, when you started to read out the question about SARS, I was already thinking about a completely different answer. And maybe, so I can't tell you about the specifics of the biochemistry, but there's another point I want to make. All the laws I tell you about here, they do not depend on the length and time scale. You can have very similar laws for the spreading of animals, how animals search for food when they don't exactly know where to find the food. And there's also very similar statistics for how people travel around the world and take along the viruses with them. So, of course, these are more generalized laws and whatever, but the very same kind of mathematics is behind how people model the spreading of diseases.
Thank you. So that's right now I announce the very last chance for questions. So I will check the questions just in a second. And if nothing new will appear, then I want to thank Professor Metzler once again for the great talk you got us, and I wanted to wish you a very good stay in Wrocław next week, regardless of if you will meet anyone from the conference or not. And at the same time, I wanted to remind everyone that right now we'll have a short coffee break to 4:15, and at 4:15 we'll have a chance to introduce a new guest, Dr. Marcos Rigol, with a lecture on unitary dynamics to statistical mechanics in isolated quantum chaotic systems. So that's in, oh, sorry, my mistake. It's not in 15 minutes, it's in 30 minutes. It will be 4:30 when the next lecture will start. So for now, that's all from me, and see you in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so hello, welcome after our coffee break. And now I have the pleasure to present our next speaker, who is Dr. Marcos Rigol. Dr. Marcos Rigol is a professor of physics at Penn State. Before joining Penn State, he was an associate professor of physics at Georgetown University. And Dr. Rigol completed his undergraduate and master's studies at the Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology in Havana. He received his PhD in physics from University of Stuttgart and did postdocs at the University of California, Davis, University of Southern California, and the University of California, Santa Cruz. Dr. Rigol's research interest is in many-body quantum systems, both in and out of equilibrium, with focus on the effect of strong correlations. His research is at the interface between condensed matter physics, ultra-cold atoms, and statistical mechanics. He has published over 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals and has given over 180 invited talks, such as this one today. He received a 2011 Young Scientist Prize for the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics and 2019 Faculty Scholar Medal for Outstanding Achievement in the Physical Science at Penn State. Moreover, Dr. Rigol is a fellow of the American Physical Society and the American Association for Advancement of Science. And according to a quick Google Scholar search, his most cited paper is published in Nature and is on thermalization in isolated quantum systems. And as a matter of fact, it is related to today's topic, which is from unitary dynamics to statistical mechanics in isolated quantum chaotic systems. So without further ado, Dr. Rigol, it's our pleasure to have you here today, and the floor is yours now.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the invitation. So let me share my screen. So can you all see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. So indeed, my talk today is related to quantum dynamics and emergence of statistical mechanics. So now something very important. So this is a talk prepared for students. So I was told the conference is a conference organized for by students and for students. So it's kind of a tutorial. So it's very important. So as I go, if you have any question, you can send it to Alexander and he will interrupt me, and then I will answer your question. Okay, so I'm looking forward to a lot of questions. So I should tell you that a lot of the things I'm going to be saying and a bit more of explanation, you can find it in this review that we have in Advances of Physics. So if you have, if you essentially want to see more of the technical side, you can go there. So this is the outline of the talk. So first I have a motivation. And here I want to start with a numerical experiment to set up kind of the stage and discuss other things. I have some background somehow to try to focus your attention on a few things that you probably know and how you can connect them to what I'm talking about. And then there is the bulk of the talk that will go through some technical details and insights of how we relate quantum mechanics in many-body systems and statistical mechanics. And then I will have a summary. So what is this talk about? So I think this experiment really tells you what this talk is about. So suppose you have a quantum system, okay, with many particles. And I'm going to assume that this quantum system is completely isolated. I mean, you could think of it as maybe just the universe. There is nothing outside of it. And this is the way I'm going to think about it. So I'm going to take that isolated quantum system, and I am going to create a box in the center. Okay, this is the initial box. I'm putting particles there. and I'm going to open that box into a bigger box. Okay, so you could think of taking all the atom molecule in the room you are at and just put it in one corner, not very safe, but you do that and let them go. Now what I want to see is what happens in real space. So this is the density, what's happening with the particles, and what happened with the distribution of momenta or velocities, right? So now from this peaking here, you can guess that what I'm putting here are bosons at very low temperature, actually is in the ground state. So and then let's see what happens, what quantum mechanics tell us that should happen in that system. So and this is what happens as you expect. So the bosons expand into the bigger box, and they collide, and there are interactions. So the distribution of momenta of those bosons change in time. And after some time, you see that you get something similar to what you are used to, something stationary. So the density is sort of homogeneous, and the momentum distribution function is different from the initial one, but it's not changing in time. Okay, so this is really what we are going to be trying to understand today, why this is happening. So let me then just make a few remarks. So important things to notice. First, the expectation value of the observables, they become essentially time independent. And here it is important to realize that there is no bath. So this is unitary dynamics, and still it happens. So the observables, they don't change in time after some time. The density, the distribution of the particles in real space is nearly homogeneous. That's what you would expect, right, in thermal equilibrium. And the momentum distribution function, we don't know. So it doesn't change with time, but is the one in thermal equilibrium or not? So that's something we will need to figure out during this talk. And here the related question is, do we need to couple that system to a bath for that distribution of momentum to become thermal? Okay. So of course, we are not the first to think about that. And even though there is a revival from the early days of quantum mechanics, people already were thinking about these questions. There is this early paper by von Neumann in 1929 where he claimed he proved a ergodic theorem. Now, the way in which von Neumann was thinking about this problem is also being revived in recent years, and is the general, I would say, line of thinking that people follow in the context of typicality. So what is typical, what is not typical, and there are different flavors and many recent works about it, like canonical typicality, normal typicality, which is more related to von Neumann. This is not the direction I'm going to follow. So I'm going to follow a different direction with, essentially more physical grounds, and it goes under the name of eigenstate thermalization, and you will see quantum chaos and so on. But it turns out that this is also related to typicality, and we highlighted that in this paper in 2012. So, okay, so this is an old topic. People have thought about it. Now, why is the revival in recent years? So really, one of the main resources are experiments. So now one can take ultra cold quantum gases and essentially confine them in very high vacuum, put magnetic field, control them with electrical magnetic fields, and essentially play with them. Okay. So let me just show you one specific experiment that connects to this talk and really highlight a few things. And it's done in the group of Ben Leff at Stanford. So this is what Ben and his group did. They had this Bose-Einstein condensate in 3 dimensions. Okay. So the momentum distribution function of or the velocity distribution should look very similar to the one I showed you in the numerical experiment. Peak around 0 momentum because bosons like to congregate there, to condense. So, and then what Ben and his group did is they kicked the atoms, applying laser light, and created a state very far from equilibrium. So this is the initial state. So originally in equilibrium, there should be a peak like this in here at 0 momentum. But with the kick, they split it in two peaks, and total momentum is still 0, but you have atoms with this different plus minus 2 times the lattice momentum. Okay, so, and then they let it evolve in 3 dimensions. So it's isolated, it's in magnetic field, and beautifully, it goes to something very similar to what I showed you before, some sort of equilibrium distribution. Maybe it looks like a Gaussian. And that's great. So you see they do experiments, they see the kind of things that we are seeing also in dynamics that is to a good approximation, isolated. And now what they can do is take that system, load it into what are called 2-dimensional optical lattices. And it's like you take this 3-dimensional condensator and split it in a big bunch of 1-dimensional ones, and then do the same. And now if you go from 3D to 1D, you see that at the same times in which here the distribution look like that equilibrium Gaussian distribution, nothing like that. Okay, so that already tells you, things are not always going where you expect them to go. And in this beautiful experiment, he could control interactions between the atoms with a magnetic field. So these are highly magnetic atoms, so they have dipolar interactions. So starting at this point, he could evolve that state with different interactions between the atoms. And this is what is shown in here. And you see, and now look at the time scale. So these are different angles. You see that ultimately the systems go to something that looks like this thermal equilibrium, but you see the time scale. This is like 3 seconds, 1.5 seconds, and less in here. So he could control how the system got in there. So this now tells you that you can have very large difference, depending on the dimensionality, and you can also control in the experiments the relaxation, the time scales for relaxation. Okay, so this is the first set of things I wanted to tell you as background. So I can take questions here if there are questions about the experiments, about ideas of typicality, about the numerical experiment, any question that you have at this point. So I can tell you in the meantime that this red line in here is what you expect to have in thermal equilibrium. Okay, so any question there? Okay, so remember, at any time you can submit your questions, and I will be happy to stop. So Alexander, is there a question?
Actually, not from our guests, but maybe I will ask this question about typicality. Can you just elaborate a bit more? What does it mean?
So typicality is the line of thinking here is that, I mean, you want to prove something, you want to say something about systems, and essentially you need to make assumptions about what what the system is going to do or not. So for example, so think about this. So you want to say something about quantum states. Okay. So we know, you can have all sort of quantum states, and we don't care, but maybe you want to talk about equilibrium, and you want to say, well, maybe equilibrium states are, let's say, typical in a Hilbert space. So, and then now you want to translate that in math, you would say, how do I think about typical states? So, well, I mean, I create a random state and you sample states, right? So with a uniform distribution in the unit sphere. So remember, a quantum state has to be normalized, and then you are going to do average, right? So you produce states and you're going to do average, and you're going to tell properties about tell things about the properties of those average. Okay, and then you would say, oh, I'm talking about something that is typical, right? Because I've done an average over all those possible states. Okay, so in von Neumann's case, his statement, this quantum ergodic theorem, was essentially a statement about for a class of macroscopic observables, and for sometimes, right? So you see, you cannot have all observables, and you cannot say things about all times, because if you would be saying things about all time, there is no dynamics. And his emphasis was on for all possible initial states, you would get something that looks like a thermal equilibrium. Okay, so but you see, he has to make some sort of assumption to constrain what is it that that he can analyze, okay, or he can prove.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
So
no questions so
no
far.
questions.
So
Okay,
I
good.
guess we can just continue.
Good. So then let me step back, right, and say a few things for why we expect actually to see different kind of dynamics, like what I showed you in the experiment, already from what we know in classical physics. So you put a particle, right, to bounce in a billiard. You, in general, we see two general classes of dynamics. So something like this, which is beautiful, regular, and something like this, which is messy and you say chaotic, right? I'm sure I don't need to convince you that the one that is special between these two is this one in here, right? Because if you deform this circular cavity, the dynamics will look like this. So this regular dynamics, which is related to what was happening in one dimension in that experiment, is what happens when you have a system that is integral. Okay, so now in classical mechanics, you suppose you have n degrees of freedom, you have your generalized coordinates and momentum. You will say that a system is integrable if there are n, you see the same number as degrees of freedom, functionally independent constant of the motion that are in involution. So what does it mean, constant of the motion? They commute with the Hamiltonian, okay, and these are Poisson brackets, remember, and they commute between each other. Well, if that happens, there is this Liouville integrability theorem that it tells you that you can map into now a set of action angle variables, and your Hamiltonian will look like this. So essentially, the eyes will be conserved, and the angles will have trivial dynamics. Okay, so those are special because you see, you need to have as many conserved quantities there as degrees of freedom. And you see what the conserved quantities are in this case, because you have the circle and you have energy and angular momentum. Okay, and energy is conserving here, but angular momentum is not. So everything else that is not special, we put into one class of dynamics, and this is chaotic dynamics. We said that we characterize it as being exponentially sensitive to perturbation. So a way to think about it is if you start a particle here and with some velocity in some direction, and you slightly change the direction, after a few bounces, really the particle will be in completely different places. Okay, so that's the classical physics. So now to go to quantum physics and relate chaos to dynamics, somehow an indirect way to get there, and it goes through this random matrix theory, which was introduced originally in context completely different from dynamics and so on. It was these ideas developed by Wigner and Dyson, and they were really trying to understand spectra of nuclei. We know nuclear force complicated, and they were like no hope. They had no hope of finding the Hamiltonian and computing exact eigenvalues, but they say, well, maybe we should forget about exact eigenvalues and worry about the statistics of the spectrum, for example, of the nearest neighbor levels and so on. And they say like, well, it should be described by random matrices, because these all look very complicated with the appropriate symmetries that you have. And it worked incredibly well. So this is what random matrix theory predict, this GOE curve. And the data in here, you can see that it follows precisely that prediction. It's called the Gaussian orthogonal ensemble. While if you would have randomly taken levels, you would have some Poisson distribution. Now, how does that relate now to quantum dynamics? And that goes through conjectures. Okay, so in here, there are no proof, because all these things you can always find counter examples. So the first conjecture you see it here in 77, connecting statistical level spacings and dynamic, was about quantum system whose classical counterpart is integrable. And what variant our conjecture was that then the statistics of the level spacing would be described by a Poisson distribution. Okay, and as I was saying before, these are the energy eigenvalues behave just like a sequence of random variables. And you see, there is no level repulsion there. You can have levels arbitrarily close to each other. It is very different what happens when the classical counterpart is chaotic. And there is this BGS conjecture that says that at high energies, the statistic of the level spacing of a particularly chaotic billiard is described by a Wigner-Dyson distribution. So it has level repulsion. And they conjecture that this applies in general to quantum systems that have a classically chaotic counterpart. And of course, for both cases, you can always find some counter examples. So let me just show you now a calculation for some billiards. So this one is for a rectangular billiard particle. Then you get this beautiful Poisson distribution. And this is a chaotic cavity, has this shaping here, and you get this beautiful Gaussian orthogonal ensemble distribution. And by level repulsion, what it means is, like you see in here, the probability goes to 0, so that you don't have levels that are arbitrarily close to each other. Okay, a lot of levels of those. So now, of course, you would say, well, that's nice, but it's all about quantum systems that have a classical counterpart, right? I mean, maybe we are thinking about some quantum systems, spin systems that don't have it. The question is, does that work? And it actually does. Okay, so this is a model that you will see a lot in this talk. And it's a model that you can write it. It's a Hamiltonian. Now, you can write it in terms of spinless fermions, hardcore bosons, spins 1/2. So there are all flavors. I'm going to show you all flavors on purpose. And what is it that this model has? It's a model on a chain. Put periodic boundary conditions. And in this case, it's describing fermions that hop between nearest neighbor sites. They have interactions between nearest neighbor sites. They can hop between next nearest neighbor sites. You see there, I+2, and interaction with the next nearest neighbor sites. Now, the reason I have this part in here is because only this part is known to be an integrable model. Okay, this in the spin language is what is known as the spin 1/2 XXC model. So now this model in the regime that we are interested in, essentially, let's say if you are at half filling or any finite filling, there is no obvious classical counterpart. If you study the level spacing distribution, you take finite chain with a given number of sites, diagonalize it, find the eigenvalues, separate symmetries, and so on. So you find that when these T prime and B prime are equal to 0, which is the case I was telling you is integrable, it's a beautiful Poisson distribution. So if T prime and B prime are order 1, you find this beautiful Wigner-Dyson distribution, right? And now when you approach, when you take this integrability breaking perturbation to 0, you see at some point in the finite system, the distribution stops being similar to this Gaussian orthogonal ensemble and ultimately approaches this Poisson distribution. So you can always ask, what's happening in here? What distributions are that? So is that universal? And the way to understand that, we need to do finite size scaling. So what happens as you increase system size? So for example, you can take the maximum in here and plot it as a function of this integrability breaking perturbation for different system size. So this is what you get. So you see, and this value in here is the prediction for by random matrix theory. So you see that if your system size is very small, you need to make these terms very large to approach that prediction. But as you increase the system size, you see that you get that prediction for smaller and smaller values of this perturbation. So what you can conclude from here is that essentially if you have a very large system, or as the system size increases, this goes to 0. And whenever these terms in here are non-zero, then you will have something that is quantum chaotic, or it will have this Wigner-Dyson distribution. And I will get back to that point because that's an exciting direction on which we've made very recent progress. Actually, we have paper on that in that direction. So questions about this. So all I wanted to tell you in this part of the background was that, well, we know from classical mechanics that there are integrable and non-integrable systems, and there are quantum versions of those. And we know how to identify them, for example, using this level spacing distribution. Okay, so now the rest of the talk will be really going through the details of what happens with the dynamics and how we describe these systems after equilibration. Any question there? Okay, so then let's step back and start from the beginning. Okay, so I'm making a step back to this first numerical experiment and try to understand what was happening in there. Good. So we want to do dynamics, and the way to do quantum dynamics is where we are an isolated system. We can prepare a pure state. Okay, and we are going to study the evolution of that pure state.
Okay,
and
so actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but one question emerged, and it's about, is there a precise definition of integrability in quantum mechanics?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and it's a debated point. I mean, some people argue that I mean, they have their own definitions and they say that it's clear, but indeed is a contentious point. So I would say at the level at which I mean, we will care about that in this talk. Essentially, just using this level spacing distribution, we can distinguish whether the system is integral or not. Okay, so but throughout the talk later, when we get in here, I mean, you will see actual difference between integrable systems and non-integrable ones. Okay, but yeah, people argue about that, about whether one can define integrability rigorously in the quantum theory. Okay, other questions? Good. So then let's get back to the dynamics. As I said, we need to prepare an initial state and evolving under a many-body Hamiltonian. Very important is the initial state cannot be an eigenstate or no dynamics will happen, right? And of course, under unitary evolution, the expectation value of the energy will not change, right? This computed in here is given by the initial state. Okay, so then as I show you, you take that initial state, evolve it with the Hamiltonian. This is what is written in here, unitary dynamics. And you compute observables, physical quantities, or like densities or momentum or distributions and so on, and they evolve in time. And the first question you can ask is, what is it that I'm going to call thermalization? This is going to be a pure state. It will never become a mixed state. It will never be a thermal density matrix. What is it that I'm going to call thermalization? I mean, of course, one way to go about it is trace part of the system, trace out part of the system, and so on. No need to do that. We can just focus on the observables and what they do, right? As experiments do. So what is it that we will call thermalization if after some time, t star, some finite time, essentially the observable becomes time independent. Like what I show you in the numerical experiment, the density became flat and the momentum distribution function stopped changing. So we are going to say that there is thermalization if when after that happens, so the observable became time independent, you can describe it using statistical mechanics. Okay, so for example, a microcanonical ensemble characterized by the energy of the state, canonical ensemble, the temperature corresponding of that energy, or the chemical potential, for example, or the grand canonical ensemble, which has the chemical potential corresponding to the number of particles that you have, or the temperature to the end. Okay, so that's what I'm going to call thermalization. You see, it's all about the observables. Can I describe them after they've equilibrated with an ensemble of statistical mechanics? So, and here comes the immediate problem. So we know how to do quantum mechanics. So we know how to compute this time evolving state. Just write the initial state in the energy eigenbasis. Okay, when you plug this in here, this action of H on these alphas is just going to give you essentially E alpha, because these are eigenstates or eigenkets of H. So you plug this in here, and you get this compact expression. Okay, it looks very simple, but I mean, you almost never can evaluate it, because this sum in here is a double sum over an exponentially, each of them is an exponentially large number of terms, this alpha and beta. And here you have a lot of complicated objects. So these are the matrix elements of the observable in the eigenstate of the Hamiltonian. These are the energy difference in here, and these are the projections, okay, you see it in here, of the initial state into the eigenstates. Okay, it's a complicated expression. And now you can say, well, suppose the system equilibrates, okay, so stop changing in time, then I could do an infinite time average. So if most of the time the system is at that equilibrated value, then the infinite time average is dominated by that value, okay, and it will give me that value. So, and this is what is done in here. So you want to do an infinite time average. And what is the infinite time average doing in this? Is just killing the contributions of the off-diagonal terms, right? Because they become highly fluctuating and average to zero. So the infinite time average is essentially given by the diagonal part of this expression. And you can think of this as the prediction of a diagonal ensemble. It looks like this. But notice that this diagonal ensemble depends on the initial state through these C alphas, which are exponentially many numbers. And you see the problem. How can this, that depends on exponentially many numbers that determined by the initial state, could equal this, which only depends on the energy, right? So you can even step back and say, does it even, I mean, will that ever happen? I mean, does it even make sense to make that, to ask that question? So the first thing that we notice is that no matter what this distribution is, by definition, right, the energy is the same for this ensemble and for this ensemble. Okay. So the energy is the same. That's good. Now the question is, that's the average energy. What's happening with the distribution of that energy? Okay. So because you can have the energy to be the same, one that is a distribution that is within some delta E around that energy, but the other one would be two distributions that are, the mean is at E, but they are sampling completely different states. Okay. So to address that question, we can look at what is the variance of your energy distribution. And here is where locality and physics plays an important role. So if we are allowed to create, states in the Hilbert space at will, and if that's what would be happening around us, then indeed you won't get thermalization in general, just because of what I told you. Take a state that are a superposition of states at two different energies, completely different energies. Then that will not be after equilibration described by statistical mechanics. But we cannot do that, right? So what we can do is we prepare some equilibrium state of some Hamiltonian and then change that Hamiltonian, right? For example, equilibrium state of a small box and then change the box to a bigger box, right? Like the ground state, for example. So let's think about it. So the initial state, we are going to say some eigenstate of some initial Hamiltonian. And what we are going to do is evolve that state with a new Hamiltonian, which is the initial Hamiltonian. You can always write like this plus something else. And now what is important is that this something else is in experiments is something that is local. It's a sum of local operators. Okay, so you saw it in the Hamiltonians that I had. So you have hoppings, nearest neighbor hopping, or next nearest neighbor hopping, or interactions, and so on. And that is really important, locality in here. Because now if you look at the energy fluctuations, right, so at the square of this would be the variance. This is the definition. And because of this property of the initial state being an eigenstate of this part of this final Hamiltonian, you can write this now in terms of expectation values of the square of W and of W in the initial state. And you can open this and you get this expression. And here comes the important insight, right? So we know that in general, states that we create, they don't have long range connected correlations in local operators. So what that means is that you have a double sum in here, and these are these local terms in here. What this means is that once you fix J1, right, these terms are going to be non-zero for J2 up to, I mean, a few order 1 terms around J1. So what does that mean? That the J2 sum is truncated at some order 1 number of terms, and then you have the J1 sum, which is extensive. And in the end, what that tells you is that this delta E is proportional to the square root of the volume of your system. And why is that important? Well, that's very important because it means that the fluctuation, okay, of the energy are sub-extensive. So it means that this picture that I was telling you, take a state that is composed of 2 pieces at different energy, is not happening in these setups. And it tells us then that there is hope for statistical mechanics to work, because the diagonal ensemble and the statistical mechanics ensemble, they are both sampling states that are in a vanishingly small energy window around the mean energy. Okay, by energy vanishingly small, I mean that the energy scales with the volume and the width of the window scales with the square root of the volume. Okay, so this is just the hope, just telling you that there is hope that is meaningful to look into this, but it doesn't tell you what is going to happen. So for that, we now have to do some more work. So we can now start by looking at some numerical experiments in more details. And again, you see, this is the same Hamiltonian I showed you before, now written in terms of hardcore bosons, just to connect with bosonic experiments. And here comes a very important caveat that maybe you thought about when I was trying to set up the way of thinking about this in quantum mechanics. So I told you one can write this, and taking this infinite time average, we get this. You can say, will we ever see something like this in any experiment? And the reason you could be worried about it is because you could say, but look, this energy difference, right? They become exponentially small in the system size. So maybe for all these terms to average out, you need to wait exponentially large times. Okay, so h of the universe. So this is a point on which really in general we've made, I would say, little progress formally to really show that you go to this result in order 1 times. But it happens. So let me just show you now the numerical experiment in this model with 8 hardcore bosons. So I prepare initial state. It's a ground state with these parameters, and here this T and V, they have these values, and I change this finite value, and I keep this fixed. So you see, this is how the structure factor looks. This is a quantity that we like in condensed matter. So the structure factor looks like in the initial state, and this is the infinite time average, the blue. The question is, will this go to this in times in here that they don't become 10 to the 40? So let's see that. So this is what is happening here, and you see these units in here are in units of the hopping. So they are order 1, and you see very quickly the state has gotten a structure factor that is this infinite time average. Okay, and very surprisingly is that you have 8 bosons and it's staying around it and very close to it. Okay, so that has answered that question. So we really get to that diagonal ensemble in some order 1 time. Okay, and by order 1, you always have to think on what are the time scales given by your Hamiltonian, and in here is given by the hopping parameter. Okay, so Good. So that's clear out the first hurdle, right? Which is that we don't even need to look at dynamics. So if we want to talk about thermalization, we can focus on this diagonal ensemble, because that's where the system goes very quickly, and compare to statistical mechanics. So, okay, this diagonal ensemble is quantum mechanics. Okay, so now then let's address this question of thermalization. So is the prediction of the statistical mechanics ensemble the same as this diagonal ensemble? So we can do a microcanonical calculation, and remember how this is done. So I know the energy of the state. I now take all eigenstates within a small window delta E around that energy, and I do the calculation of the matrix elements, and I average over them, and I'm going to get a prediction of the microcanonical ensemble. And now is the big question: will that agree with what I got out of the dynamics? So you see in here, all I put was the energy, right? So there is nothing, no input, no other input. And the amazing result is that it does. If I show you the diagonal ensemble in red and the microcanonical, they are on top of each other. Okay, so it tells you that just using statistical mechanics, you can predict what are the expectation values of operators after they have equilibrated. And they are, of course, different from the initial state. Now, of course, right, you can see here, this is for a non-integrable Hamiltonian. So this is when T prime and B prime are sufficiently different from zero. So then you can ask, well, what happens with the comparison between the two as you get closer to the integral point? Okay, so let's do that. Let's quantify that. So what I'm going to show you now is the relative difference between the diagonal ensemble and the microcanonical ensemble. Okay, I'm going to show you as a function of essentially these integrability breaking parameters for different system sizes. And to be able to compare different system sizes, it's important that the energy density doesn't change, so that you are not comparing different ensembles or the temperature. So this is the result now. You see here, this is the difference between the diagonal and the microcanonical as a function of this integrability breaking. What is it that you see? They are large when the system is integrable, and they become smaller. And here is the other important thing: when you increase system size in here, they become smaller and smaller. So suggesting that they are just going to vanish. Okay, when you do thermodynamic, you go to the thermodynamic. You can also ask, what happens if you change the average energy of the temperature of the final state, and they are actually, if you increase it, they are smaller. So everything works better if your system is hotter, if you want. Okay, good. So then with that, essentially, I have told you, right? I have already addressed the two important questions. First, the system equilibrate, they get to this diagonal ensemble, and the diagonal ensemble is, the result is the same as the statistical mechanics ensemble when the model is non-integer. And now the question is, why? Okay. So why is it that when we do these numerical experiments that we started at the beginning, you look at the observables, and after they stop changing using pure unitary dynamics, the result is what you get from statistical mechanics. So this is the paradox. So this is quantum mechanics, the diagonal ensemble. This is statistical mechanics. Here we have exponentially many parameters. In here, we only have one parameter, this E. Okay. You always need to make sure when you are doing microcanonical ensemble calculations that the result doesn't depend on the energy window. So, and the answer for that is eigenstate thermalization, and this is the diagonal part for why these two agree. And you can see it that this will happen, right? If the expectation value of few body operators in the eigenstate of the Hamiltonian essentially equal to the thermal average. Another way to think of this is that when you do the thermal averaging here, you're putting many states. Suppose that all of them at a given energy, they have the same expectation value. So if that happens, you see what happens is, so if this is a constant, you take it out, and the sum is a sum of ones, is this number. So it just tells you that the microcanonical calculation is an overkill, if you want. So if you take one state, it just works. So now let's assume that that's the case. So then we look at this side. And remember, I told you that the energy distribution is something that is sub-extensive. So it means that all the states that are sampled here have the same energy, right? The ones that we care. So all have the same energy. The matrix elements are the same. Take it out. What is the sum of the C alpha square? The normalization. And then you get that the O on both sides is equal, which is what you were doing. So, and this is what is known as the diagonal part of eigenstate thermalization. So essentially it tells you that the matrix element, the diagonal matrix elements of observables are a smooth function of the energy. Okay, and that smooth function is just the microcanonical ensemble result. How does that work? Let's take a look at it. So if I look at now this structure factor away from integrability, and I show different eigenstates about that mean energy, you see that they all agree with the diagonal ensemble result. So they all have the same values. So what we can do now is take this point here, n of k equal pi, and plot it as a function of the energy for the entire spectrum. And this is how it looks like as a function of the energy for different system sizes. And what you are seeing here is that as you see small system sizes in red, as I increase the system size, they are fluctuating because it's a finite system, but this support is shrinking. So that essentially, and very quickly, right? Actually exponentially, you see it here, I only changed by 3 sides. So what it means is that this is going to become a line and it's going to collapse into this canonical prediction. Okay, so in what this tell you for a very large system, and you will see other results later, you just have a line showing you all the eigenstate expectation values of the operator will be in there. If you go to integrability, it's not the case. So you see integrable systems are different. And there was that question. So can we define what they are? Well, they don't satisfy that. And if you now do the same here, you see you get some very broad distribution, no hints of something shrinking. And you can then ask what's happening as you move close to integrability. Well, eigenstate thermalization breaks down. Okay. And you can think of it as you have this integrable model and you make the integrability breaking very, very small, it's not going to change. Okay, at least for these system sizes. So which brings us to this question that we are currently discussing is what is the equivalent of the KM theory in quantum mechanics. So let me just show you the evolution for a different model between no eigenstate thermalization and eigenstate thermalization. These are results now for the 2D antiferromagnetic transfer field easy model. So 2 dimensions is very nice. It's more like quantum chaotics. And here what is shown you, the plot show result for different system size with different colors as a function of this parameter. Right? So you take this 2 equal to 0 is the classical easy model. You see there is no eigenstate thermalization there. If you take these 2 parameters to be infinite, it's like this part is not there. You have essentially now a very strong field. It's like another classical limit, no eigenstate thermalization. But in between the 2, now you can see what happens as these 2 terms become of the same order. You get a very smooth function. This is the antiferromagnetic, let's say, structure factor. And you get a smooth function of the energy. And as the system size increases, you see that it's becoming smoother at smaller values of this on this end and larger values of this on this other end. Okay, so an exciting recent result that is still on the review is that we have shown now with careful measures that what you need is an exponentially small in the number of sites perturbation to produce essentially quantum chaos. Okay, so quantum chaos is something that is very robust. Okay, good. So now we've understood why is it that statistical mechanics works. So we have a second thing to understand, which is why the time fluctuations are so small, right? You could say, well, it's all about the phasing because, you know, they have all these phases. So you can go through a very simple minded argument to estimate what is the effect of dephasing. So remember, the fluctuations are now the difference between the time average and the observable at a given time. And remember, the time average is given by the diagonal matrix element. So the fluctuations is all about the off diagonals, right? So, and you can try to say, well, suppose that all the matrix elements that matter, the eigenstates, the weights are similar. Because of normalization, this product in here has to be 1 over the number of states. And now you could say, suppose that all these matrix elements are of the same order for those states, so that you can take it out and call it the typical, right? So you will get the typical, you get this n state, and you have a double sum over random numbers, which we know is the square root of the number of states squared. You see that these fluctuations are of the order of the typical of diagonal matrix elements, while the average is of the order of the typical diagonal. So if this is to be much smaller than this, it means that the typical of diagonal have to be much smaller than the typical diagonal. And you can do a quick calculation for this particular observable, and you see that is indeed the case. So if you now compute the matrix elements as a function of the eigenstate index, you see a very strong line here along the diagonal and noise for the off diagonal. So they are very small. So that's what happens. Now, the beautiful thing is that you can go and look into this noise that you could say, well, who cares about this very small? And there is structure in that noise. So this is for the same model. What you want to do now is, let's say, fix the average energy between the two states that you are computing the matrix element, and now plot things as a function of the energy difference. And these are recent results for 2 different operators. The point is that you have fluctuations. So you see these are density plots of the matrix element square as a function of the energy difference. Okay, so that noise that you saw there is these fluctuations that you get color coded in here. So there are a lot of states with these values, very few here and none outside here. Okay, but what you see is that there is a very nice structure here, and you can look at the average of these matrix elements, and it defines like a very clear function that is smooth. So, and you can ask, well, what happens with this when you change system size? And you can actually define a system size independent function multiplying this average times the dimension of the Hilbert space. Okay, and just so that you believe me that this is the case, I'm showing you this function for the 2 observables in the previous slide for different system sizes, and you see that they perfectly collapse, right? And here at high frequencies, there are finite size effects, but you see they are all moving towards something that is very closely described by an exponential. So that part related to the off diagonal is the second piece of ETH. And now I can show you of this eigenstate thermalization hypothesis, the entire form as written by Mark Schenicke in this paper in '99. So what he said is like, well, you are going to have thermalization in quantum systems under unitary evolution if the matrix elements of observables satisfy this, which is something that generically will happen in quantum systems. So this is the diagonal part I told you before. And the off diagonal is precisely this one that we have in here. So you have a smooth function. You have some random variable is actually Gaussian distributed in these systems. And you have something that is exponentially small, and that exponential is just given by the thermodynamic entropy at the given energy. Okay. So that's great. So essentially that means that we have this understanding of why thermalization is happening, and there is eigenstate thermalization. And you can ask, but do we have an understanding of why this is happening? And here is where the loop closes, and I'm going to connect this to random matrix. So suppose now that you have some Hermitian operator, and you want to find what are the properties of its matrix elements in the eigenstates of random matrices. Okay, so this is the operator written in its eigenbasis, and now we are going to think of alpha and beta, the eigenstate of random matrices that we had thought before, that give you these energy distributions for the level space and repulsion and so on. So, well, this is what you get if you write now the eigenstates. Okay, now you want to write the eigenstate of the random matrices. You find the overlap with the eigenstate of the operator, right? This gives you wave functions. And of course, a particular instance of alpha and beta, I mean, we don't care about them. We want to average over alpha and beta. And since these are random states and these are random orthogonal unit vectors in arbitrary basis, what you find is that that average is going to be different from 0 or only if alpha is equal to beta. So with this, you immediately realize that the leading order, the average of this diagonal is just this average, is just some order 1, is just given by what the spectrum of the observable is. And the off diagonals are 0. So you have to go a bit more to understand what's happening with the off diagonals, which we knew they are smaller. And what you find is that actually the off diagonals, the order of magnitude is similar to the fluctuations of the diagonals that we found that are small. And the relation between the two is an integer number that depends on the symmetries of your random matrix ensemble. So Gaussian orthogonal ensemble is if you are dealing with real matrices, and the Gaussian unitary one is if you are dealing with unitary matrices. And this one is important for systems that have time reversal symmetry. So essentially now we have this basis. So using these results, you see you get in random matrix theory something that is similar. It looks similar to what we had in ETH. So we have a diagonal part, order 1, and an off diagonal that is, you see it in here, reduced by the size of your matrix of the Hilbert space. Something beautiful is that you can now look at those variances of diagonal and off diagonal in quantum systems, no randomness, and we did that again in the 2D ferromagnetics transfer field Ising model. And beautifully, if you compute for a given observable, the structure factor, the ratio is 2, exactly as predicted by random matrix. No randomness. This is a physical Hamiltonian, and you have to work hard though to see it. You have to study very large system size. So and that closes the loop. So I'm ready to summarize what I have been telling you. So first, I showed you that isolated quantum systems with many particle and interactions, they equilibrate. Okay, so essentially observables become time independent and long time. And not only that, if they are non-integrable, they thermalize. So those observables are described by statistical ensembles. And you always have to worry, of course, about finite size effects that you saw me doing scaling and so on. The next thing I told you is that we understand why they thermalize is because there is this phenomenon, eigenstate thermalization, that happens in this many-body non-integrable Hamiltonian, which is that the diagonal matrix elements of physical observables are a smooth function of the energy, which is nothing but the microcanonical prediction. So I also show you that thermalization and eigenstate thermalization, they break down as you approach integrable points. And then I told you that now we know that you need exponentially small perturbation in the system size to restore eigenstate thermalization. And one needs to think about what is the equivalent of this classical KM theorem in quantum mechanics. So it doesn't seem to be that the system, if in the thermodynamic limit and you are arbitrarily close, but order 1 to an integrable point, you will thermalize. So it looks like the problem are the time scales. Okay, so the other thing I told you is that the time fluctuations are small after equilibration, and this is the result of these off-diagonal matrix elements being very small. And the picture that emerges here from this talk is that what is the role of time, right? So initial state is a superposition, but coherent, of thermal states. And that's why it looks out of equilibrium. And time, what it's doing is just introducing dephasing and killing the coherence so that you see the underlying thermal structure of the states. Finally, integrable systems are different, but there is still in statistical mechanics description. It's known as the general description ensemble, and there is this review that you can read about it. So with that, let me thank my collaborators, especially former members of my group that are here in italics, and collaborators from many years, and the support from these funding agencies. So, and thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Doctor. So, are there any more questions from our viewers? I can see the delay now between YouTube and this Zoom that we are in. So so maybe they will. Oh yes. So another question from the same person. Does the breakdown of eigenstate thermalization is in integrable system is connected to the presence of local and quasi-local integrals of motion?
That's totally correct. That's the reason why eigenstate thermalization in this simple form breakdown. So that's an excellent question, and let me just go back to let's say in here to this resolve for integrable system. So what is happening is indeed that you have all these conserved quantities, okay? And that's why your energy is not enough to characterize, if you want, the properties of observable in the eigenstate. So there is a generalized version of this eigenstate thermalization that if you take all those conserved quantities, right, and these are these local extensive conserved quantities that people know how to compute, for example, with beta ansatz. And the point is that similar to saying like in non-integrable system, you get the energy, and then now the observable is a smooth function of that. So you can now generalize that eigenstates of these integrable models, right, that have similar values of all the conserved quantities. So essentially not only of the energy, but all of the other ones. Okay, so the expectation value of the observable is going to be the same. And then this actually explains also why you have generalized Gibbs ensemble and so on. So indeed, in integrable model, then the way you want to think about it is that this smooth function of the diagonals for the ETH is not given only by the energy, but by all the conserved quantities. And that's a good question.
All right, so are there any other questions?
I have a question actually, but it's not really connected to presentation. I was wondering, as a software developer, when I saw your great visualizations and animations and charts and all this stuff, I was wondering what tools do you use? It's MATLAB, I guess.
Oh, I mean, you mean to create what the animations and so on? I see. So no, I mean we use GNU plot and scripts that produce all the plots, and then we just merge it and create GIFs and so on.
And I saw on Google Scholar that your first publications were published like in 2004. And I was wondering, is it much easier to do your research on a computer now than, for example, back then?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. It's actually a motivation now for all the students out there. Indeed, these are all calculations that involve diagonalizations of big matrices. And that's something that has improved dramatically in recent years with having much larger RAM and bigger computers. So indeed, from when I started to now, one can study much larger system sizes. So that's indeed. So something like this, I can now be more specific. So something like this, finding this ratio of 2. This was something that I tried, I mean, in 2000, essentially 6 and 7, and it was not possible, right? We were not able to, I was not able to diagonalize back then matrices that are 200,000 by 200,000. So back then it's probably essentially 20,000 by 20,000. And indeed, many of these things, since you have to do scaling, you need large computers. So
Great.
the young guys out there are in a better position to go and tackle all these questions about KAM and so on, because they will have at hand bigger computers.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for
Sure.
answer.
All right, so there's another question. Is it known how integrals of motion decay after breaking of integrability?
Okay, that's another good question, and that will depend on how you break integrability. Okay, so and that's good. So that's a topic in which we need to learn more. So I mean, if that's something that interests you, you should go ahead and look into it, because we haven't quantified that how it is broken. I mean, we know that it depends on how you break the integrability. What are the perturbations that you put? But we don't know. Yeah, we haven't studied that in general, right? All we know, I mean, and that comes from that paper I was mentioning, this recent paper, is that exponentially small perturbation in the system size seem to be enough to produce quantum chaos.
All right, so we're already during the coffee break, according to the schedule I see. So if there's no any further question, let me just thank you very much again, Doctor, for having you today. And I guess we will proceed to coffee break now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for having me. Have a good
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you.
Okay, so
Right. So
I will go
guess
for my lunch.
lunch. Oh, so yeah, I was about to ask you what time is it?
Yeah, it's 11:37.
11:37. All right. Maybe we're headed more like for dinner or something. Then
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right,
Sorry for
great.
the wait, because I had to connect to my second account basically because I'm responsible for streaming the session, and we
Okay.
are waiting for the chairperson to introduce you at
Sure.
6 p.m.
Yeah, let me connect from another device. So I have to use another computer to share my screen. It's kind of weird setup, but this should work, I hope. So let me now connect from another computer. And I can start sharing the screen. Yeah, so you'll see two copies of me. I will now log as Łukasz on the other computer, so you'll see. Cool. Right, joining. All right, yeah, so there are two of us now.
Can you start sharing? Because I would want to see
Okay,
how it
sure.
goes with my screen. And you will have your camera on.
Yeah, I can turn it on. Okay, can you see me?
Yes, yes,
All right, that's good. Is there any issue with that?
No, it's fine.
It's okay. Yeah? Okay, so where's my audience?
Your audience is we are streaming it. In this meeting, it's basically like me, my account first me and chairperson, and the audience will ask questions on YouTube and Twitch chat, and we will
On the chat.
yes.
I see. Okay.
We will. I mean, the chairperson will ask.
All right. Yeah. So okay, but the chairperson is not here. Yeah.
Yes, it is not clear.
Okay. Okay. That's, so let me. Okay, I will repeat that later. But I welcome questions, during my presentation. So just interrupt me as soon as you have something. Maybe you have some questions on your own. So, you can also ask them.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just like 1 hour talking to a wall.
Yeah. I will like write the information in chat that you can ask questions.
It looks sweet. Yeah. Great.
Our guest before you.
What's
you go.
Okay.
He asked for the same recipe. And we have like 5 questions.
5 questions. All right. So how many people are listening?
Not many, like about 20.
Okay.
But it could be less because I'm connected to someone from the organizing committee is connected. So I guess it could be like 50 or something.
That's fine. So what is my audience? Typically students or
Probably the participants of the conference, so yes, students.
students. All right. That's good.
Nice to hear you.
Oh, hi. Hi, Damian. Is that Damian?
Is this Damian?
Okay. Yeah. So nice to meet you. Almost in person.
Almost.
Yeah. So it's too bad, that it's not in person. I wish I could visit my home country finally. So well, this is the best we can do, I guess.
When you were here last time?
Oh man, I don't remember. I don't know. A few years ago, 5 years ago, something like that. Oh, I was giving this. Yeah. I was giving those lectures at Zakopane School Theoretical Physics. When was that? 2016, I think. Yeah, it was 2016. So quite some time.
When we think about those years, it's like totally different world.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and this pandemic, there was this travel ban, right? So still, you can't really travel to the US unless it's really important. So I'm not sure if they would just let it go. Yeah, but hopefully it's gonna be over soon. How many talks you can give just talking to a wall? It's just getting old. Yeah, you were saying something?
I'm kinda not that optimistic like you.
Oh, you're not that optimistic? No, well, as you can see, I can work from my office and I do have this
I'm more scared that with climate change and other not good things, we will be must face worse viruses than COVID, so it could be worse.
don't be that pessimistic, man. I hope it's not gonna happen. Yeah. Oh well. But at least, we can have those meetings online. It's so easy to organize.
I prefer have a nice surprise when in future when I will be wrong, and
Okay.
then thinking that will be better and have bad surprise that it won't be.
Okay, I see. Yeah. Well, right. I guess I'm more optimistic, but all right, I can see your point. It's a real thing that can happen. Yeah. So how is life? You have some. You start your new semester, right?
Right now we don't sure in how the semester start, because at first president of the university told us that we will have all the lectures and everything else on university, and then change mind to hybrid, and lectures will be right now lectures should be online, and other kinds of activity will be on university, but it could change really.
Moment, my możemy mówić po polsku.
No, możemy. Możemy mówić po polsku, ale no ja się mogę zacząć w tym momencie.
On się zapomniał po angielsku.
No. Wiesz,
Nie możesz przyjechać do Polski, to przynajmniej porozmawiać
No właśnie.
sytuacji.
No wiesz, rozmawiam z żoną w polsku, ale to jest taki polnisz trochę. No bo z polskim jest tak, że jak zaczniesz zdanie, to gramatycznie musi się skończyć w pewien sposób. No, tylko że jak mówię po polsku, to zdaję sprawę, że nie da skończyć zdania po prostu. Albo nie wiem, to są jakieś słowa. No, ale ja tylko to nie pamiętam.
Magda właśnie napisała, że na Twitchu jesteśmy słyszalni chyba.
Jesteśmy słyszalni?
Okej.
No, bo aha, dobra, już wiem, że jesteś.
Okay. So hi, welcome everyone after the break. I would like to introduce to you our next guest, Łukasz Cincio, PhD, who works at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, where he works mostly on researching quantum computing related problems and is vastly cited throughout many papers. Also previously, he was associated with the prestigious Perimeter Institute. And today he agreed to give us a presentation on machine learning of noise-resilient quantum circuits. And he asked us to ask questions throughout the whole presentation, not only at the end, but those will also be appreciated. So thank you for coming, Łukasz, and the floor is yours.
Thanks. So welcome everyone again. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here and Bartosz for a very nice introduction. I'll be talking about machine learning of noise-resilient quantum circuits. That work was done together with Yid Subasi, Andrew Stronberger, Patrick Coles from Los Alamos National Lab, as well as with Mohan Sarovar and Kenny Redinger from Sandia National Lab. Before I start, however, I allow myself for a little bit of advertising. So, we have this perpetual postdoc opening at Los Alamos National Lab. So if you're finishing your PhD and you're thinking about doing a postdoc in quantum computation or more broadly in quantum information and related fields, feel free to send me your CV. You can also apply directly on that website. If you think that you are too young for a postdoc, we are also organizing quantum computing summer school. This is done every year. Actually, we've just finished one school, 4th edition of that summer school a few weeks ago. This is a 10-week program. So we bring 20 or 25 students from around the world to Los Alamos, and we do research with them. So this program has a word school in it, right? But this is a little bit misleading. There is not much teaching involved, to be honest. We just select students with which we want to collaborate on research projects, and we just do that in a few months of the summer school, and then we publish papers. This is how it works. So so go ahead and apply. So this website should start taking applications in November, I guess, or early December. You can also send me an email, and ask about the program if you're interested. Actually, some of our papers that I'll be showing are done together with those summer students. So I will mention that. So you see that what type of research is being done here. All right, enough of this advertisement. This is a plan for the next hour or so. So after a short introduction, I will talk about something that we call task-oriented quantum programming and its extension to machine learning of quantum algorithms. So I would like to distinguish between two types of this machine learning. There's like one type that I will call standard, which is not informed by the noise, and it's used to discover analytical algorithms, so to speak. So the algorithms that you will be able to, prove with pen and paper, right? So that's a standard one. The other one is noise-aware machine learning. So here we are no longer looking after theoretical algorithms. There's going to be, so those algorithms that we will discover will only be approximate in a sense. However, here we are targeting a particular quantum computer, right? We would like to make sure that this approximate algorithm that we will be discovering here works best on a given quantum computer, on a given noisy quantum computer, given its noise characteristics like lack of connectivity, particular gauge set, the fact that the device is inhomogeneous, so on, right? Okay, so I will illustrate that with two examples. One is rediscovering an algorithm from compute state overlap, and another one is an algorithm to perform quantum Fourier transform. All right, so I don't think I have to convince anyone in the audience that finding quantum algorithms is really hard. It's a tough job. You can You can check that by, say, visiting this Quantum Algorithm Zoo website. There are only, I think, 70 of them listed there. So, you would expect more quantum algorithms, right, to be discovered over the years, but it's not the case. What's actually even harder is, as I said, is tailoring quantum algorithm to a specific device, taking into account lack of connectivity, the fact that some qubits are better than the others, so the device is inhomogeneous. There are gate errors, there are idle errors as well. So just, leaving qubit lazy, right, for some time creates a lot of error, actually, as you will see later on. So, there are essentially two approaches, right, to do that. One is the standard one, which is, take the exact algorithm from a textbook or a paper and compile it, right, to a particular device. So this is, you're doing this every time that you submit some quantum algorithm to run on one of those IBM devices. So the IBM has its own compiler that just analyzes the circuit and gate by gate, and then compile every gate to a gate set that is available on a given quantum computer, right? And then if you are asking for, say, a CNOT between qubits that are not nearest neighbor, right, on a given device, then it has to be compiled using some swap gates, most likely, right? So you can imagine that this approach, well, it is very simple, it is fast, but will produce deep circuits in most cases, right? Which is not good for, those near-term noisy devices, right? We want to keep the depth of the circuit as shallow as possible. So there's another approach, right, which is, let's just teach machine learning about noise of a specific machine, and let's just, find the algorithm from scratch, right? So as you can imagine, that's going to be my plan for today. This is something that I will concentrate on. Okay. So what do we mean? What do we mean about task-oriented programming? So, if you think about it, at the end of the day, all you need to do to specify an algorithm is just to describe the task accurately, right? So what the algorithm is supposed to do, together with some resources, possibly, right? And that should be enough information, right, for some technique or some tool to discover the optimal version, right, of that algorithm, together with its implementation, measurements, and so on. So let me describe that on a simple example. Let's say we want to compute an overlap between two quantum states, rho and sigma. So, those two states. By the way, do you see my mouse? You should, right?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right, great. So let's say, I'm given two quantum states, rho and sigma. They live here on, those two qubits. And my task is to compute that number. So the overlap, trace rho times sigma. So that's my task, right? Compute that number. And let's say I want to run this on IBM ORANS, right? So this is one of the IBM computers with that particular connectivity or topology, as they say. So my resources are, in this case, those 5 qubits, right? With this particular constrained connectivity, small gate alphabet, all the noise channels, and so on. That's my resources. This is what I have, right? To run this algorithm. So as I was saying, I expect that this is enough information for whatever I'm trying to achieve to discover an optimal algorithm, right? Which is this gate sequence shown here, together with some readouts, so a measurement, right, with possible classical post-processing. So this is important for me here. This, classical post-processing. I don't want to assume that that the number that I care about, so in this case, that overlap is encoded in a measurement in a very simple way, like measure, first qubit, measure sigma z, right, and then that's your answer, right? I don't want to assume that. I want the algorithm to discover a better option, possibly, because as you will see, there's a trade-off in many cases between the depth of a quantum algorithm and the type and complexity of classical post-processing. So in a sense, I can, to some extent, I can shift the quantum complexity into the classical one. So I can push the quantum complexity. You are I got a message that I'm about to raise my hand. Oh, I don't know. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so to some extent, as you will see, I will be able to make my circuit shorter at the price of more complicated classical post-processing. And this is good because, as you know, the devices are very noisy, and we should do everything we can, to make our circuit shorter to use them efficiently. So this is fine. This, if you're thinking about pushing that complexity, this quantum complexity to the classical part of the algorithm, this is fine as long as the entire algorithm is efficient, right? So you have to make sure that the classical post-processing that you are discovering scales efficiently with the system size. As long as we have that property, we are good to go. Okay. All right. So let me give you more details on our approach. There are several types, as you will see, of quantum algorithms that we would like to discover. So we have to adjust our approach a little bit, for every single case. So let me give you some details on that. However, those three pieces are going to be there always, right? So we will always have a task, a training set, and a cost function. Okay, so let me give you some examples. So the first one is something that we call gate discovery. So here we are looking for a global unitary that maps a given set of input states to another set of output states here, right? So for example, quantum Fourier transform that you will see later on is one example of that gate discovery. So it maps quantum states to another quantum states, right? So that's our algorithm. So far, there is no measurement, right? So that difficulty, is left for future examples, right? So in this case, training set describes the action of that unitary that we are looking at, right? So it is some set of input states, those ket psi's, and ideal outputs psi, right? So the training set, as you can see, in a sense, describes the action, right? We are giving examples of how this operation works. So you may wonder here, how do we choose that training set, right? How large it should be, so on. So if you have no better way, right, of thinking about it, or if you have no information about that operation, and we are compiling here, probably the best way is just to choose it randomly, say from hard distributed states, right? Though if we are using quantum computer for training, it should be easy to prepare, right? So that's another consideration. And then size of that training set. So a naive answer is that it should be as large as the dimension of a Hilbert space, right? So if we have n qubits, then you may think that we need training data of size 2 to the n to somehow cover all the options, right? This is actually not the case, luckily. So you can show that you can train an n qubit unitary with polynomially many training data points. So that's a property of certain transformations. And this is very nice. You don't have to span the entire space to learn the unitary. This may not be an intuitive fact, but you can mathematically show that. Okay. So the next thing to talk about is the cost function. So a cost function measures the distance, right, between the ideal outcome. So what I should get, right, if the algorithm works, and the current state of the algorithm, right? So, and then you sum over all the training data points. So this cost function, needs to be faithful in a sense that it's zero, if and only if the algorithm does its job, right? At least for the training set. So that's why it takes that form, right? So as you can see here, obviously, right, when the cost function is zero, then it means that the algorithm works correctly on every training data point. And then if you choose your training set correctly, if it's sufficiently large, right, then you can argue under certain circumstances that your algorithm will work for arbitrary state from a Hilbert space. Okay, so that was the first type or first example. So now let me continue with something slightly more complicated. So another type is the case when your output is some number. So the output is classical, like a small set of numbers. So a good example here is computing trace of a unitary, properly scaled, right, and normalized. So the input here is a unitary. In this case, it could be just 1 qubit unitary, and then we want to measure its trace. Right. So as you can imagine, the training set will just give examples, right, of how the algorithm works. So it's just some number of unitaries and their exact trace, right? A cost function will measure the distance between the ideal trace and whatever the algorithm is giving me. However, now I compare numbers, right? So I have to measure something here, and I don't want to assume that this measurement is of particular type. This is another thing that I would like to discover, right? So so I introduced this variable C, vector C, this classical post-processing that includes information on what do you measure exactly and how do you post-process that information. Maybe there's some classical function, right, that you apply to the result of the measurement before you actually computing that trace. Okay, so there are many options here. What I'll be working with a simple ansatz for the C. I will just assume that I'm looking for linear combinations of the probabilities, but you can go crazy here. You can put some neural nets, and this is what people are typically doing if they are looking for some more complicated, efficient classical post-processing. All right. Okay. Finally, Finally, I want to mention one more thing that we would like also to take into account, and it's the way your input data is encoded into qubits. So there are certain algorithms that require multiple copies of a state, and a good example here is the purity. Right. So to compute purity of a given density matrix, you need at least 2 copies of a state. You can quickly show that this is not possible with 1 copy of a state. You need at least 2. Right. So here in the training set, right, gives just few examples, right, of how the algorithm should work, and the cost function tells me how far I am from that exact value. Right, but the complexity here is that in principle, I don't know how many copies, right, I need. I can prove that some number is insufficient, but what is the most optimal option, right? So here I'm showing you result or the working algorithm when you have 2 copies, but it is not obvious that if I have a device that could handle more copies, right? So if I have a bigger quantum computer, maybe there is some better algorithm to achieve that task, and actually it is. So here I'm showing you an example of computing the same thing. So of computing the purity, if I allow myself for 4 copies of a state. So here, I have those pure states psi, and then the state raw that in the end I care about is this partial trace, right, of the second qubit here. So if I have large enough, if my device is large enough, then I can create 4 copies of that state, and then I have a more efficient algorithm to compute purity. So if you look closely on that circuit, it is depth 2 circuit. If your device allows for parallel execution of all those CNATs, right? So if you look closely, those CNATs are disjoint, right? You can perform them at the same time, and of course, all those Hadamards you can also perform at the same time. So this is depth 2 circuit, irrespectively of the system size, right? So this is an example for 1 qubit, but you can imagine that those states are defined on many qubits, but then this circuit is always depth too, right? So this is very convenient for near-term devices because we are working with very small coherence time, right? We have to make sure that our algorithm fits in that time, otherwise, it's just noise. So this is in contrast with this algorithm, right? In which I'm using only 2 copies, but then the depth of the algorithm scales linearly in the system size. So scales linearly in the number of qubits here. So again, this example is for 1 qubit, but you can imagine more complicated cases. All right. So, and as you can observe just by following the news, right? It looks like making a device that is big, like contains many qubits, is not difficult right now. What's difficult for those companies like IBM and Google is that is creating accurate qubits. Well, accurate meaning that with long coherence time, right? So it is beneficial to use algorithms that ask for more qubits, right? But the circuits are shallow, right? Yeah. So this is also something that we would like to discover, right? I'm more interested in those non-trivial solutions to that problem as opposed to this one, which is kind of something that you could probably derive. Okay. Let me mention one thing. So this is, first of all, this is an example again of pushing complexity, right? Of investing more qubits.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's a question from Alexander.
Yeah, go ahead.
He asked, can you copy a quantum state?
Can I copy a quantum state? No, there is no cloning theorem. There's no cloning theorem. You cannot copy. But this is not copying, right? This is creating a state of interest. So that state, it could be a ground state of a Hamiltonian, whatever, right? You can create many copies of a given state if you know that state in advance, right? And there's no cloning theorem is that you have a device that copies whatever comes, right? Say unknown state comes and then that device produces 2 copies. This is not what I'm doing here, right? This is forbidden by that no cloning. Here I'm preparing a known state, a state of interest many times. So this is something that you can do, right? It's like, so imagine preparing 4 times a ground state of, I don't know, Ising Hamiltonian, right? You can do that many times, as I'm doing here. Okay, is that?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to ask if computing purity, the task of computing purity, have the same role in quantum machine learning as computing purity for classical classifiers like a tree classifier for some clusters.
I'm not sure. Probably yes. Probably there is some use, but I'm thinking more about condensed matter applications, like computing purity and higher powers, right? So other Rayleigh entropies, right? Tells you something about the spectrum of your state, of your reduced density matrix, and that can reveal a lot of information about the physical system that you're studying, right? So certain gaps in that spectrum or certain degeneracies will reveal universal information about the phase of matter that you're looking. So yeah, so I'm more on the condensed matter side of things. I'm not sure about that idea that you mentioned, but I'm pretty sure someone else is thinking about it. Here we've actually used that to reconstruct the spectrum, right? So if you give me a density matrix and then I want to extract its spectrum, I can do that indirectly by computing functions of it, right? Like this purity and higher powers. So if I have that information, I can reconstruct the spectrum and then analyze it. Is it degenerated in certain way, right? Is there a gap in the spectrum and so on? And that will tell me something about the phase of matter. that I'm studying. Okay. Are there other questions?
I think you can continue.
Hey, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Good. All right. So, okay, this is our approach in the most general form, right? Which is, you give me some X, whatever, right? And then my task is to compute some function of it for a, well-defined functions F. So this X is encoded in as data qubits, right? Here, possibly, with many copies, right? Also, I may want to use, or the algorithm may ask, right, for some number of ancilla qubits. These are all hyperparameters, right, in this search. And then the training set gives examples, right, of how this function F works, right? And then the cost function again, measures the difference between exact values, of f of x and the measurements, right, that I have. So this capital O, right, it's a function of both, right, of the gate set. So this capital A here, but also on the classical post processing, right? So there are many variables to optimize over, as you can imagine. And I will show you how we are dealing with that complexity. So yeah, so far, as you have noticed, I didn't explicitly talk about noise, or how the algorithm is informed about the noise, right? So you can imagine that even without that, and this is something that you'll see later. So even without this direct information, we can ask this machine learning tool, right, to find as shallow circuits as possible. So this is one like the simplest way to mitigate errors, right? You just want to have as few quantum operations as possible, because every gate, right, every quantum operation, is noisy, right? So the less you have, the better, right? So this is what we've done some time ago. But as you will see, you can do better by giving an explicit information about the noise. Then the circuits that we will find will be more optimal from that point of view. Okay, and then the way to do it is actually surprisingly simple. What you do is you simply evaluate that cost function C in noisy environment. This is all you have to do to tailor this algorithm discovery for a particular quantum device, right? So how do you do that? Well, you can use quantum computer directly if that's possible. However, as you can imagine, there is a lot of optimization involved. So that option will require good access to a quantum computer. If we don't have that, then the next best thing is to create a noise model of that quantum computer. And this is what we've done actually, and then evaluate that cost function using that noise model. Okay, and then you are tailoring the algorithm discovery for a particular noisy device, as you will see in a minute. All right, so yeah, let me talk about the optimization a little bit now. So this problem is so easy to state, right? And it sounds so simple because if you look at this cost function, right, all it takes to discover an algorithm or a quantum circuit is to minimize that cost function. If it's 0 in the noiseless environment, then you are done, right? So you just optimize it. But yeah, but this is where all the difficulty lies, right? Because you can imagine that this optimization space is very complicated. So we are optimizing in the space of algorithms, right? So we have to optimize gates. We have to optimize quantum circuits, which means that there are some discrete choices, like what is the support of a given gate, right? And also gate choice, right? Do you want a C node here or some other gate? We are also optimizing over this classical post-processing that I've been mentioning, right? So so it just adds more variables to optimize over. Then we also potentially optimize over initialization, right? So do I have some ancilla qubits? I have several copies, right, and so on. So it looks very complicated, and it is complicated. So we've tried several methods to optimize over those quantum circuits. And what I find to work good is something that I call SVD plus discrete parameters. So it's a terrible name, right? But it does its job. So this SVD stands for singular value decomposition, and those discrete parameters, they describe circuit. And if I optimize both of them, then it works nicely. So let me describe this a little bit. So first of all, to have that optimization, you have to decide on universal set of gates, right? So what are the smallest building blocks that you will be working with? So here I'm following what the IBM is doing, right? Just so that every circuit I find, I can simply run it on IBM quantum computer. So what IBM gives us is some C nodes, right? A selected C nodes based on connectivity, right? And then as well as all 1 qubit gates, right? That are spanned with those 3 angles theta. So that's my building blocks. This is how I will organize my optimization. So as you imagine, there are 2 types of parameters. There are discrete parameters that describe the structure of a circuit, right? So these are the parameters that will tell me that gate number 1 acts on first qubit and it's a single qubit gate, right? Then another gate is C node acting such and such, right? So these are discrete choices, right? That we're or discrete parameters that we're optimizing over. There is also continuous optimization, right? Because every 1 qubit gate is spanned with some continuous angles, right? That we need to optimize over. So we have those 2 optimizations, and it is not easy kind of to have this at the same time, but this is what you have to do. So as you can imagine, this optimization is performed in a loop, right? And then it's run until the cost function reaches certain value, or until you get tired. So the way it works is that first the algorithm, mostly randomly, proposes a change into the structure, which could be shuffle the gates a little bit, add a gate that evaluates to identity or close to identity, remove a gate that is close to identity, right? And so on. Maybe it involves compression, right, of a certain sub-circuit, right? So any small discrete change you can think of, right? So this could be something that you propose to change as you evaluate, as you evolve the circuit. So every discrete change needs to be followed by re-optimization of all continuous parameters, because as you can imagine, even small change in a structure may destroy completely your cost function. Well, destroy meaning that it will increase its value dramatically, right? So every time you do that, you also want to minimize over continuous parameters. This is something that is much easier, as you will see. So typically we have this simulated annealing setup, right? That you propose a change, you optimize over continuous parameters, and then you check whether the new circuit, its the value of the cost function is smaller or larger than what you had before. If it's smaller, then you accept the change. If it's larger, then you have a rule for accepting or rejecting that based on the difference in the cost function value, effective temperature, some other penalties, and so on. Right. So this has been implemented by one of our students. He called that VANS, which stands from variable ansatz. So that work was done with Matthias Bilkis. That was one of our summer student, I think 2 years ago. So he coded this up. Everything that I mentioned is coded up. You can download it from his GitHub. It was also described on this archive posting in more detail. So yeah, as I was saying, this optimization over unitaries here, or the optimization over continuous variables, it's quite easy, and you want to make it really quick and dependable, because as you imagine, there's going to be a lot of optimization in this approach, because every change in the structure requires re-optimization, right? So you want to have a procedure that will work very quickly for that. So what we ended up doing, some approach taken from tensor networks. You may have heard about this, or you may be working that. So let me mention this optimization technique. Let me show that on one example of that cost function that is particularly easy to analyze, but this could be extended to other cost functions. So here I'm taking the cost function from this gate discovery example that I've been talking about a few minutes ago. So you can show that this cost function can be rewritten in the following form. So in the form of a trace of a product of two objects, the gate that we are optimizing over and so-called environment of that gate. Okay, so this trace could be represented by the following tensor network. So here you have your quantum circuit in the middle, right, which is a particular tensor network, sandwiched, by those two large objects here. So those objects are input states, if you remember from that slide, capital Psi, and ideal output state, this phi ideal here. So this tensor network evaluates to a number, right? There are no open indices, and you can easily check that it evaluates to that, where the environment is the entire tensor network contracted apart from that gate that you're optimizing over. Okay, so you see that the environment is 2x2 matrix, which you can easily compute on classical computer, or there are also ways of computing that on a quantum device. Okay, once you have that environment, then you can show analytically that the optimal gate to put here is given by the singular value decomposition of that environment. All right, so this is very good because you are giving, you're getting an answer right away. So this is the best gate that you put. There are no little parameters here. You're actually not, you're not actually optimizing over those thetas. You can get an answer for the entire unit. Okay, which is particularly useful when you're working with larger objects or larger gates like those 2-qubit gates. So for example, if you had this ansatz for a unitary, which is this hardware efficient one here, and then you had to optimize over all the gates, then instead of decomposing every gate into angles, right, which for 2-qubit gate I think it's 15 angles, right, that would span that gate. Instead of doing that, you can directly ask a question, what is the best gate that I put here to minimize my cost function, right? And then the singular value decomposition will give you the answer. Of course, it is this optimization works when every other gate is fixed, right? So it's not a definite answer in a sense, right? You have to sweep over, right, all the gates until convergence, which is typically done in other tensor network algorithms or in DMRG, right, as you know. Okay, so this also has been implemented, this optimization technique by one of my collaborators. So we call that Q factor because it can be used as a compiler. So this is an active area of research. People want to compile large unitaries into as shallow circuits as possible, and then it looks like this Q factor works very fast, and it can reach large systems. So so we are very happy with that tool. Feel free to use it. Let me know how it works. You can download it from Ed's GitHub. I think it's a Python package, if I remember correctly. All right. So we've used that optimization technique, in many of our projects. Here I'm listing a couple of them. So we use that in our quantum-assisted quantum compiling. This is a paper that was written with summer students, I think the first 3 year summer students. So this is a hybrid algorithm to compile unitaries on quantum using quantum computers. We've also used it for variational quantum state, diagonalization, many other approaches. Let me mention some of them. This variable ansatz, as we call it, or VANS, is particularly useful for things like quantum linear solver. So so here you are solving linear systems of or linear system of equations, right? So A times X equals B. Someone gives you A and B, and then you want to find X in quantum computer. So typically this matrix A as being presented to you has no particular structure. So it's really hard to think about an ansatz for your solution. So an ansatz in terms of a quantum circuit. So those techniques of variable ansatzes, so to speak, right, work really nice here. Also for quantum chemistry problems, so this is the last paper that I'm mentioning here. Those Hamiltonians that come from quantum chemistry problems, they are very irregular. So it is not clear, how the ansatz for a ground state, for example, should look like. So again, varying it as you optimize is very beneficial, and we are using it almost everywhere. Okay, let me go on. So, all right, let me now take all this and turn it into practice, and show you how this could work for an actual on an actual quantum computer. What's the advantage, and so on. So the first example is going to be computing the overlap, right, between two quantum states, rho and sigma. So here our training set is some number of pairs of rho and sigma, and their exact overlaps, and again the cost function looks at the difference and tells me how close my algorithm is to the exact one. And we're optimizing over circuits, over classical post-processing, and so on. All right, so as you know, computing overlap is fairly easy. Here is a textbook version of that algorithm, and it's hard to think about anything simpler, right? You just have 3 gates, 2 Hadamard's and 1 control swap. So this should be very easy. However, control swap is not a native gate, right, on a typical quantum computer. So you have to compile it, or you have to decompose it, right, into gates that are available on a given quantum computer, which are typically CNOTs, right, and then 1-qubit gates in case of IBM devices. So here I'm using something that is known to be the most optimal decomposition of control swap. So it's used here, and it's optimized further a little bit, right? So some gates are canceled because you're not measuring. So yeah, so this algorithm, or as I would call it, like a textbook version, or human generated algorithm, takes 16 gates, right? And then you may wonder, right, if you can do any better, because you start from very simple circuit, right? They're just 3 gates, and I told you that I'm using the most efficient in terms of number of CNOTs, right? The most efficient decomposition of control swap. So is there anything better? Yeah, so it is. Well, I wouldn't be talking about it, right? So yeah, so once again, let me call that human generated, and then computer finds much better solutions somehow. Well, I will explain why that's possible. But yeah, so here's the algorithm that was found by this machine learning approach that I described, under the assumption that I allow only for 1 ancilla, and I insist on measuring that ancilla, right? There was some initial test, right, that we run. So under those assumptions, you can find a circuit that is only 8 gate deep, right? So the way we've done the optimization was that I just set a given number of gates, and then I try to optimize the circuit with that constraint. If my cost function does not reach 0, then I add another gate, and try to optimize, as you can see here on your right. So what I find is that 8 gates is sufficient, right? It's not a proof that you cannot do better, right? Maybe you can, but my optimizer, just didn't find a solution, right? But I'm pretty sure 8 is optimal. Okay. Yeah. So that's the algorithm, and it's much shorter, right, than the textbook one, and something that you might think is already optimal. You can still do better by allowing for more complicated classical post-processing. So it turns out that those 2 gates or enough to compute the overlap between rho and sigma if you add the price of more complicated classical post-processing. So, now I have to measure all the qubits and perform that operation, right, on all the probabilities, right? So, right, so that's the example, right, of this shifting complexity that I was talking about, right? So you can make in certain cases, right, you can make your quantum circuit shorter at the expense of more complicated classical post-processing, right? But as long as that classical post-processing is efficient, then it is something that one would like to do, right? Because the quantum computers are really noisy, and you have to limit the number of gates that you're using, right? So this is only the first part, right, of that program to discover an algorithm. This is just one instance of it, right, for very small system size. So what we need to do now is we need to discover a rule to grow that algorithm to arbitrarily large system size, right? Because this algorithm is discovered by an automated technique, right? It's not obvious how to generalize that algorithm for larger system sizes, right? So this is what I'm doing here. So the way we are doing is that we are solving larger and larger problems, right? And we're looking for patterns, right, in the solution space. So here I'm showing you an example of an algorithm that was found for 2 qubits, and here the rule of the game is the same. You set the gate count, right, or the number of gates to be whatever 8, right, and then you try to optimize under that assumption. If the cost function is not 0, then you grow that, right? So and then you compare instances, on larger and larger systems, and you're looking for similarities, right? So, okay, do you see any? It's not obvious. If you look at this 1 qubit solution and 2 qubit solution, so is there a building block or something similar, right, among those algorithms? So, if you look closely, there was this building block here, those, I think, 6 gates, right, that could be repeated and somewhat stretched to build a larger algorithm. Okay, so so this is what actually works. You can prove that this algorithm works for arbitrary system size. So we've also tried that, of course, right, for the other solution that we found, and then here this building block is much easier, right, to discover, and just those 2 gates. And what's interesting about that solution is that it is depth 2 algorithm, right? So as you grow your system size further, right, to 3 qubits, 4, and so on, the depth of the algorithm will not change, right? So this is another example, right? So because of that complex classical post-processing, you can allow for that. Okay, so of course we try that, right, on IBM, and as you can see, I realize that I have 10 more minutes, so I will start changing slides faster. So as you can see, I'm comparing those algorithms here for 1 qubit states on one of the IBM devices. This black line is the exact solution, or the exact value of that overlap, and the green line is this human-generated, as we call it, algorithm, right? So as you can see, it performs rather poorly, right? But at the same time, those computer-generated algorithms are the ones that were found by the technique that I described. They perform much better, right? We also tried that on Rigetti quantum computer, and it's more dramatic here because at that time Rigetti didn't have good quantum computers, well, as compared to IBM. It was lacking connectivity, and that's the reason the algorithm here has to be much deeper. And again, computer-generated algorithms work much better in this case. All right, so let me now show you that if I inform this machine learning explicitly now about the noise, then I can further improve those results that you've seen. So as I was saying, it is to achieve that, it is enough to compute that cost function in a noisy environment, and this is what I'm going to do. I will be targeting IBM Orange quantum computer, and as you know, on IBM devices, that's the basis gate set. So these are the building blocks of all the algorithms. They're working with pulses. Pulses are square root of poly X matrix. Working with CNOT, of course, and Z rotation. So the first two gates are noisy, right? So we measured process matrices for those gates. So we have access to this process matrix that supposed to implement P, but of course it's noisy, right? So it's not exactly that. Same for CNOT, and then just keep in mind that the Z rotation on IBM is noiseless, so it's like a free gate, because it's not a gate that is performed on an actual device. It's done via some software trick. So we can assume that it's noiseless and it's instant. It doesn't take any time. Also on IBM identity, or idling, a qubit is a noisy operation. So we are also working with the process matrix for an identity operator, and it's surprisingly noisy. It's as noisy as a pulse, and this is something that one really should take into account to come up with a good algorithm for IBM devices. One also should minimize the idling time, not just the number of gates, as we'll see in a moment. Yeah, so let me go back to the state overlap example. So that's the human-generated circuit I've been describing. However, in this case, it's not the end of the compilation because of lack of connectivity of this IBM Orange device. So this algorithm needs to be further compiled because not every CNOT can be performed directly. So that's the circuit after that final compilation step. So as you see, it's already getting deep, right? And also sparse. So there are many idling gates, so to speak, right? Or those qubits, need to wait for another operation. So this is, as you can imagine, not good, right? For the performance, and as you will see, it's going to be rather noisy. So right here at the top, there's this manual compilation shown again, and here is the standard machine learning. So one more time, an approach that is not informed, right, explicitly about the noise. It's just trying to minimize the number of gates. Okay, so it is already producing better circuits, right? But it's not optimizing over those idling gates, right? Because it simply doesn't know that idling is noisy, right? So it's just trying to optimize the number of gates, and then this is the result that you get, all right? And we can do better if we inform this machine learning explicitly now about the noise. So this is the algorithm that was found by that technique, and as you can see, it's much more compact, right? There's a lot of less idling, but not necessarily less gates, right? Which is interesting because it looks like in this case, when idling is so noisy, it actually makes sense to do something actively rather than just waiting. So this is something that is called dynamical decoupling in the error mitigation literature, right? We didn't put it by hand; it was discovered, so to speak, right, by an algorithm. Some of those operations evaluate almost to identity, but not quite. And then as we've checked, it is a better way of mitigating the noise as opposed to just not having that gate. Right. So yeah, let me quickly show you how those algorithms perform. So for that, I draw 1,000 random pairs of states, rho and sigma, and I'm measuring an error by looking at the difference between exact value and the algorithm returns. So the textbook algorithm here is that blue line and blue set of dots. And as you can see, I ordered those states in such a way that the error grows with the label on that state. So here's how our standard machine learning performs. So as you can see, it's on average much better, but the noise-aware machine learning performs even better, much better, right? However, what's interesting about that is that there is a regime in which this textbook algorithm performs surprisingly well, right? So as you can see, the error is almost zero. So how is that possible? So, I spent, 50 minutes telling you that those textbook algorithms are worthless, right? And you shouldn't be using them. But it looks like they work in certain circumstances. So yeah, so what's going on here? Well, so to uncover that, let me redo that plot by plotting an error as a function of the exact overlap, all right, to understand this better. So as you can see, this textbook overlap works better for almost orthogonal states, right? So the smaller the overlap, the better the algorithm works, this textbook one, right? So yeah, so now we know what's going on. This textbook algorithm is so deep that at the end of the evolution, you essentially have a fully mixed state, a maximally mixed state that when you perform a Z measurement, which is what you do in this textbook algorithm, it returns 0, right? And it just so happens to be the exact solution in this regime, right? So, there is a saying, broken clock works twice a day, right? So that's exactly the situation here. This textbook algorithm works only on rare occasion, right? Which in general, it's not really interesting. But on average, those machine learning algorithms work much better. So let me quickly go over this quantum Fourier transform. I have a few minutes. So again, this textbook version, is well known, and that's the algorithm I'm showing you here. You can compile it manually, right, to IBM ORENTs. Again, the algorithm is deep, very sparse, so it won't perform well. Our noise-aware machine learning finds much better algorithm. First of all, it's much shorter. It's using less noisy gates, so less C nodes, and there is no there is no idling whatsoever, right? And also you see this dynamical decoupling thing that is happening here, right? Normally you would just compile this 4 pulses, right, into something simpler, but it turns out that this is better solution from the noise point of view. All right, so here are the results. Textbook algorithm performs poorly, right? I'm drawing 1,000 random states here to illustrate that, and our noise-aware machine learning makes, on average, much better, or does on average much better job, and we can, on average, again, reduce the error by a factor of 2.3 or so. Right. As a summary, let me stress that our technique that I described is not a compiler. So we don't need to start with an exact circuit to compile to look for some simplification. Instead, we just evolve the algorithm, essentially from a random circuit until it does what we want. Right? So I've introduced a framework for automated algorithm discovery that could be used, not just for those examples that I've shown, but as you've seen, we've been using this for many other projects in which the structure of a solution is not known. All right. As you've seen, this noise-aware machine learning finds circuits that are better on many point of view. It's they're using less noisy gates. They are generally shallow, and they're using fewer idling gates, which means less noise, right? And at the end, this results in substantial noise reduction, as you've seen. All right, with that, I thank you for your attention. I welcome more questions. There is one more slide that I somehow have to show you. So that's some disclaimer from Los Alamos National Lab. So you may read that, but since you are streaming, I need to show you this. All right, enough. Okay, so I welcome more questions if there's time.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I also encourage everyone to write their question on either of the chats. But first of all, I have the person who asked the first question about the 4 states and copying them wanted to know more exactly if they are, what was the purpose of it? Why were there 4 states at the input? And what was it for computing the purity of known states, and why is it of our interest, if so?
Well known. Okay, maybe I used the wrong one. Okay, so I want to study a given quantum state, right, that lives on a quantum computer that I could prepare in many copies, right? So think about studying properties of a ground state of a given Hamiltonian, right? So I give you a Hamiltonian, you can prepare a ground state, say, variationally, right? And you can do it many times, right? You can do it on many registers of the same device at the same time, right? Or you find it once, you read the gates, right? So what the continuous variables are, and then you can perform that action many times, right? On many registers. There is no issue with that. I'm not violating no cloning theorem by doing that, right? So I can, and then I'm interested in studying the spectrum, right? Which I can access by looking at Rayleigh entropies, right? So second Rayleigh entropy is, essentially given by that, by trace rho square. So I am interested in that quantity because it gives me information about the nature of that ground state. For example, I want to know if that's antiferromagnet, if that's ferromagnet, maybe it's topologically ordered, right, and so on. And this information can be revealed by measuring those objects. Okay. So that's the motivation, right? And then there are many ways in which I can do that, right? I can use that algorithm that takes only 2 copies, right? And then this is the circuit that I have to perform in this case. And the issue with that circuit is that it scales linearly, its depth scales linearly with the number of qubits on which this rho here is defined. So you can ask, can I do better with shorter circuit? And the answer is yes, but only if you have more copies, right? So if you have 4 copies, you can achieve the same thing, which is computing that number with a circuit that is shallow, okay? And then we, as we show in one paper, it's not cited here, but this circuit results in less error, right? So you're getting more accurate evaluation of that Rayleigh entropy when you use that circuit, right? But the price that you pay is that you need more qubits. You need to create more copies of your state, all right? Yeah, and then also looking at this quantity can reveal things like quantum phase transition, right? So you have a Hamiltonian, say you have a Hamiltonian with some parameter, and you are interested, the value of that parameter that gives rise to a quantum critical point, right? So those quantities, those Rayleigh entropies, will tell you that. So that's one motivation, right, of computing those. Okay, was that clear enough?
I think yes. There is another question, I think the last one. Until which point is it worth to reduce the depth of the circuit on the cost of using more qubits?
Okay, well, so it looks like you should be using, as many qubits as you have, right? So, typical situation is that you talk to Google, right, and they give you their computer for your experiment. So it's a given thing, right? It has 50 something or 60 qubits, right? And this is what you're working with. So you're looking for a best algorithm up to 60 qubits, right? So yeah, so you just use as many copies as you have. But typically I would run several experiments, and then I would just compare the solution, right, and see which one looks more noisy. So if you have more copies, then you're limiting the size of the physical system that you are studying, right? So there is a trade-off, right? But honestly, it's not really clear where the best solution lies, and that's why we develop those automatic techniques that are supposed to tell you, right, where the optimum is. But from what we've seen so far, though not with this Google quantum computer, but we are running this on a noisy simulator, then it looks like the more copies you have, the better. So if only your system is large enough, you should just use as many as possible, assuming perfect connectivity. This is also something, or at least that connectivity that could realize that algorithm, right? So if you don't have that, then that algorithm won't give you much, because you have to decompose those CNOTs, right? And it's going to be more complicated at the end of the day.
Okay, then thank you for your answers, and again for the presentation. Also, thank to all the participants for participation. Well, and after the short break until the 7:30, we invite you also to the integration. So we'll see you then.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be happy to join. How do I do this? Is it the same link?
I don't think it is. Maybe.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So, if you can send me that link, I'll be happy. Not sure how this integration looks like, but I would like to meet my audience. Yeah. So if that's possible, then that would be great.
Okay, sure. Then we'll send it to you.
Probably
All right.
Damian will send it.
Great. Thanks. Okay. So see you in a bit.
Thanks.
Thank you. See you.
See you.